It's strange how life can feel so normal one minute and utterly destroyed the next. I can still hear the echo of the doctor's voices. We need to prep the room. She's fully dilated. The sound of frantic footsteps pounding against the cold, sterile floor filled my ears. I couldn't move. I stood frozen in that hospital hallway, staring as my father pushed through the doors to the delivery room. But it wasn't my mother in there. It was my grandmother, my 68-year-old grandmother, in labor. And my father, her son, rushed to her side, gripping her hand like a husband would. Then my eyes fell on the clipboard at the nurse's station. Mother, Evelyn Carter. Father, Charles Carter. My knees nearly gave out. No, this can't be happening. But it was. And in that moment, all I could think was, how did we get here? 6 months earlier. If you asked me 6 months ago, I would have told you my family was picture perfect. My mom, Emily, was the kind of woman people admired. Strong, patient, the glue that held us together. My dad, Charles, was the typical hard-working family man, respected by everyone who knew him. My younger brother Nathan was carefree, always joking, always lightening the mood. And Grandma Evelyn. She was the heart of the family. Kind, nurturing, always there with a warm hug or words of wisdom. At least that's what I thought. But now I realize, none of it was real. That night was when it all started to unravel. We were sitting around the dinner table, the air filled with the clinking of silverware and the soft hum of casual conversation. But it felt tough. Grandma barely touched her food. She just moved it around on her plate, staring at it like it wasn't even there. Mom noticed too. Evelyn, you've hardly eaten. Are you feeling okay? Grandma's hand paused mid-movement. I'm fine, dear. Just a little tired, that's all. But her voice was distant, mechanical. Mom's brow furrowed. Maybe you should see Dr. Monroe. It might just be fatigue, but... Before she could finish, Dad's fork clattered loudly against his plate. She said she's fine. The room fell into a suffocating silence. Dad's tone was sharp, not concerned, defensive. Mom blinked, caught off guard. But she didn't push it. She just nodded quietly and went back to her plate. But I couldn't ignore it. It wasn't like Dad to snap like that. And then, I saw it. The way he looked at Grandma. Not like a son worried about his aging mother, but like a man guarding something. Something he couldn't afford to lose. And Grandma, she didn't look up. She just kept stirring her food like she was pretending none of us were there. That night sleep felt impossible. I tossed and turned, my mind replaying that dinner over and over. Dad's cold glare. Grandma's silence. It wasn't just my imagination. Something was wrong. I got up, deciding to grab some water. The house was dark, the kind of dark where every sound feels louder than it should. But then, heard it. Whispers. Low. Muffled. Coming from Grandma's room. I crept closer, holding my breath. Dad's voice. You need to be more careful. Grandma's voice trembled in response. I can't hide this much longer. My stomach tightened. Hide what? I strained to hear more, but their voices dropped into silence. I stood there in the dark, my heart pounding in my ears. Every instinct told me to walk away. But I couldn't. Later that night, when the house was quiet again, I did something I never thought I'd do. I went back. Grandma's door was slightly ajar. I pushed it open just a crack. She was sitting at her vanity, staring into the mirror. But it wasn't her reflection that caught my eye. It was the small, orange bottle on the table. I leaned in, squinting to read the label. Prenatal vitamins. My breath caught in my throat. Whoa. That couldn't be right. She was nearly 70. There had to be an explanation. Maybe they were old. Maybe they weren't hers. Maybe they were leftover from when Mom was pregnant. But then I saw it. A folded piece of paper next to the bottle. I could only make out the signature at the bottom. Dr. Helen Monroe. Grandma's doctor. Why would Grandma be seeing her doctor about this? I backed away, my hands shaking. I tried to make sense of it, but nothing made sense. I stumbled into the kitchen, needing water, air, something to steady me. That's when I saw Dad's phone on the counter, buzzing. A new text. I knew I shouldn't look, but I did. Is she going to keep it? We need to talk. Dr. Monroe. My entire body went cold. Keep what? I stared at the screen, unable to breathe. Dad was talking to Grandma's doctor. Midnight. About something she might keep. And suddenly I knew. This wasn't in my head. This wasn't a misunderstanding. Something was very, very wrong. And my dad was at the center of it. But I had no idea how deep it went. And the truth. I wasn't ready for it. Not even close. They say the truth will set you free. But they never tell you how much it will destroy you first. After reading that text on Dad's phone, I couldn't breathe. Is she going to keep it? We need to talk. Keep what? The question echoed in my head like a drumbeat. The house was so quiet, yet the silence felt deafening. I felt like the walls themselves were pressing in on me, suffocating me with questions I couldn't answer. I should have gone back to bed. Pretended I never saw that text. Ignored the creeping dread crawling up my spine. But I couldn't. Because that message wasn't a misunderstanding. It wasn't innocent. It was a warning. And I needed to know what my dad and Grandma were hiding. I moved carefully through the dark hallway, every step feeling heavier than the last. I paused at Grandma's bedroom door. The light was off now, and the house had settled into stillness. But I wasn't convinced that the secrets had gone to sleep with them. Grandma's door was slightly ajar, and for a moment I stood there, frozen, debating whether to push it open. But then I heard it. Soft, muffled sound. Crying. Grandma was crying. Not the kind of quiet sobs that people make when they think they're alone. This was different. Broken. Guttural. And then another sound followed. Dad's voice. Whoa. Stop it. You can't fall apart now. Do you understand? There was a harshness in his tone that made my skin crawl. We've come too far for this. You have to stay calm. You're making it worse. Making what worse? I leaned in closer, holding my breath. Grandma's voice was barely audible, trembling. I can't do this. I can't. Dad cut her off. You don't have a choice. His words hung in the air like a knife. I backed away slowly, careful not to make a sound. I didn't know what scared me more, that Grandma was terrified, or that my dad was the reason why. I needed answers. I didn't sleep that night. Couldn't. My mind was racing, replaying every strange moment over the past few weeks. Grandma's distant behavior, Dad's cold, protective glare, the prenatal vitamins, and now, that text message. It all pointed to something terrible. I needed proof. By morning the house was back to normal, or at least it pretended to be. Grandma was quiet, sipping her tea like nothing had happened. Dad left early for work. Mom hummed as she cleaned the kitchen. But none of it felt real anymore. I waited until the house was empty before I started searching. Grandma's room was too obvious. Dad would expect anyone to look there. But the attic. No one ever went up there. The wooden stairs creaked under my weight as I climbed. The air grew colder, heavier. Dust floated in the beams of sunlight slipping through the small window. Boxes, old trunks, forgotten furniture. And then, tucked away in the corner, a locked chest. I didn't need to guess whose it was. It was Grandma's. The lock was old, rusted, and fragile. I didn't think twice before forcing it open. Inside were stacks of papers, old photographs, and letters. I pulled one out, the paper brittle in my hands. It was a letter from Dr. Monroe. Evelyn, your condition is progressing as expected. Please remember to maintain discretion during this sensitive time. Any stress could complicate things. Charles will ensure everything is handled. My blood ran cold. Condition. Stress. Charles will ensure everything is handled. Why was Dad involved in her medical care at this level? I dug deeper. Then I found something that stopped my breath. An ultrasound photo. Grandma's name was printed on the top. Evelyn Carter. And in the corner the date. 2 months ago. The image was clear, far too developed for it to be a mistake. She was pregnant. But how? Why? And most terrifying of all, with who? I suddenly felt sick. I stumbled backward, knocking over a small box. Its contents spilled onto the floor. More photos. But these weren't old family photos. They were recent. Of Dad and Grandma. The clinic. In the car. In the house. In one, Dad had his hand on her stomach. Not like a concerned son. Like an expecting father. I dropped the photo, my hands trembling. Whoa. No, this isn't real. Can't be. But it was. And now I couldn't escape it. I ran back downstairs, heart pounding. I couldn't think. I couldn't breathe. My mind screamed for an explanation that didn't exist. And then, I heard the front door creak open. Dad was home early. I ducked behind the corner, clutching the photo in my hand. I watched as he calmly set his keys on the counter, looking around the house. Like he was checking to make sure everything was in place. Like he was guarding something. And for the first time I saw him not as my father, but as a man with dangerous secrets. I backed away, quietly as possible. Because now I knew, this wasn't just about Grandma. This was about Dad. And I was next if I wasn't careful. But I wasn't going to stay quiet. Not anymore. They say the truth comes in pieces. Not all at once. One fragment at a time. And each piece feels heavier than the last. After finding those photos, the ultrasound, the letters from Dr. Monroe, I couldn't ignore it anymore. Grandma was pregnant. And somehow, my dad was involved. But how deep did this go? And why wasn't anyone saying anything? My mind spun in 1,000 directions. But one thing was clear. I was alone in this. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized. I wasn't safe. The next morning the house was eerily normal. Too normal. The smell of fresh coffee filled the air. The sound of dishes clinking together. Mom hummed softly as she set the table. Nathan scrolled on his phone, half listening to whatever news was playing on the TV. Dad sat at the head of the table, reading the newspaper. Composed. And then there was Grandma. Silent. Her face was pale, and her hands trembled slightly as she stirred her tea. I watched them all carefully, wondering how many of them knew, and how many were still living in the illusion. Linda, aren't you going to eat? Mom's voice broke through my thoughts. I blinked, looking down at my untouched plate. I'm not hungry. Dad's newspaper rustled as he glanced up. His eyes locked onto mine. Cold. Calculating. Like he knew. Like he was daring me to say something. I quickly looked away. Well, not yet. I needed more. I needed to be sure. Dad's office. It was always off limits. Ever since we were kids, it was the one room we were never allowed to enter. And now I understood why. I waited until the house emptied. Dad had gone to work, and Mom had taken Grandma to the market. Nathan was still asleep. This was my chance. The door was locked, of course. But Dad wasn't as careful as he thought. I remembered where he kept the spare key. Tucked behind a loose brick in the fireplace. My hands shook as I slid the key into the lock, slowly turning it. The door creaked open, revealing a room colder than the rest of the house. Dark wood shelves lined the walls, filled with old books and files. But it was the desk that caught my eye. Papers scattered across it. A locked drawer beneath. I rifled through the papers. Medical documents. More letters from Dr. Monroe. But then, found it. Small black notebook. Dad's handwriting. I flipped through the pages, my eyes scanning the words. First it was harmless. Business notes. Reminders. But then, Evelyn's condition is stable. Need to schedule another appointment with Monroe. Must ensure Linda doesn't suspect anything. My heart stopped. He knew I was suspicious. I flipped the page. The family must remain intact. No mistakes. This cannot become public. Public. What the hell was he hiding that could destroy us? And then, if Evelyn talks, I'll handle it. Handle it. What did that mean? Would he hurt her? Or worse, would he hurt me? The sound of the front door opening snapped me out of my thoughts. They were back. I quickly put the notebook back, locking the drawer behind me. But something caught my eye as I backed out of the office. The basement door. It was slightly ajar. Dad always kept it locked. But now, it was open. I hesitated. Every instinct screamed at me to stay away. But I couldn't. I slowly descended the creaking steps. The basement was dark, cold. Shelves lined the walls, filled with old boxes and dusty furniture. But one thing stood out. Single chair, placed in the center of the room. Ropes on the arms. And next to it, a small table with medical supplies. Syringes, empty pill bottles, and a stained cloth. My breath caught in my throat. What the hell was this? Was this for Grandma? Or was it for someone else? Cold shiver ran down my spine. I wasn't just dealing with a family secret. I was dealing with something far more dangerous. Dad wasn't protecting Grandma. He was controlling her. And maybe he was controlling all of us. Dinner that night was quieter than usual. No one spoke much. Dad's eyes occasionally flicked toward me, testing me. Grandma barely touched her food again, her hands trembling worse than before. I looked at Mom. She was oblivious. Smiling, chatting about nothing. Nathan scrolled through his phone, detached. And Dad. He smiled. Small, cold smile. Like he already knew how this would end. But I wouldn't let him win. Not this time. I didn't know how deep this went. But I was going to find out. And if my own father thought he could scare me into silence, he was wrong. Dead wrong. They say once you start uncovering secrets, it's impossible to stop. First it's curiosity. Question here, a suspicion there. But then it consumes you. It drags you deeper and deeper, until you realize there's no turning back. That's exactly where I was now. I'd seen too much. And yet, it felt like I still knew nothing. I stared at the wall of family photos in the living room. Dozens of smiling faces. Birthdays, holidays, vacations. Moments frozen in time. They used to feel warm, comforting. Now they felt like lies. I looked closer. Dad and Grandma. Standing a little too close in some pictures. His arm wrapped tightly around her shoulders. Her leaning into him, not like a mother to a son, but something else. And the others. Mom smiling, unaware. Nathan goofing off in the corner. Me. Smiling right alongside them. Blind. Had it always been this way? Had they always been hiding something in plain sight, and none of us noticed? Or maybe, we just didn't want to. I found Mom in the kitchen, wiping down the counters. Her face was calm, but her eyes looked tired. Like she was carrying her own weight that none of us could see. Mom? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. She glanced up, offering a soft smile. What is it, honey? I hesitated. How could I ask without sounding crazy? Has Dad been different lately? Her hands paused, gripping the cloth a little tighter. Different how? I don't know. Just more controlling. Especially with Grandma. Her smile faded just a bit. Your father has always been protective. It's been hard on him, seeing her health decline. Decline. Was that what they were calling it now? Maybe. But, has she been to the doctor recently? Mom's eyes narrowed slightly. I offered, but she refused. Your dad said not to push her. Course he did. I nodded, pretending to accept the answer. But it only confirmed what I already knew. Mom didn't know. She was as in the dark as I had been. Later that day, when the house was quiet again, I went back into Grandma's room. I didn't want to invade her privacy. But I had no choice. If I didn't find out the truth, who would? On her dresser sat a small, ornate jewelry box. Had always been there. But now it felt like it was calling to me. I lifted the lid. Necklaces, rings, old trinkets. But beneath the false bottom, found letters. Handwritten. In Dad's handwriting. I unfolded the first one, my hands shaking. We can't let them find out. No one would understand. This is our burden, and we have to carry it alone. Remember, you promised me. Each word felt heavier than the last. Another letter. The clinic appointment is set. Dr. Monroe will keep this between us. You're safe. Safe. Safe from what? From us. From Mom. Or from herself. And then the last one. Short. Simple. If you tell anyone, it's over. No signature. But I knew it was him. I stuffed the letters back into the box and closed it, my heart pounding in my chest. At dinner that night, the air was suffocating. Grandma barely lifted her fork. Dad barely spoke. Mom tried to fill the silence with meaningless chatter. Nathan didn't even look up from his phone. And me. I couldn't eat. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't stop thinking about those letters. Those photos. The basement. How far would Dad go to keep this secret? Would he hurt Grandma if she spoke up? Would he hurt me? And worse, would anyone believe me if I told them? Later that night, I caught a glimpse of something I hadn't seen before. Grandma was sitting in the living room, staring blankly at the fireplace. I walked in slowly. Grandma! She flinched. Actually flinched. Her eyes darted toward me, wide and panicked. But when she saw it was me, she forced a smile. Oh, it's just you, dear. Just me. Like she had been expecting someone else. Or dreading someone else. Are you okay? Asked my voice soft. She hesitated. Her mouth opened like she wanted to speak. To confess. But then her eyes flicked past me. Turned. Standing in the hallway. Watching us. Silent. His eyes locked onto Grandma's. She shut her mouth. Lowered her eyes. And said nothing. Dad smiled. But it wasn't a smile of love. It was a warning. I felt it in my bones. And so did she. That was the moment I knew. This wasn't just some hidden affair. This wasn't just about shame. This was fear. Control. And I couldn't stay silent. Not anymore. But if I was going to expose the truth, I had to be careful. Because if Dad found out I was digging, he wouldn't hesitate to make me stop. Just like he made Grandma stop. And maybe, just maybe, he'd already planned to. It's terrifying when you realize silence can be deadlier than words. That moment with Grandma, the way she looked at Dad, how her voice cracked under the weight of unsaid words, it haunted me. This wasn't just a secret. This was control, oppression, and fear was its foundation. But the real question clawed at my mind. How long had this been happening? That night I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Grandma's trembling hands and Dad's cold, watchful stare. I needed answers. Not tomorrow. Not later. I crept down the stairs into the basement again, careful not to make a sound. The basement felt different this time. Heavier. The air was colder, thicker, like it was holding secrets in every corner. But I wasn't there to find more letters. I remembered something else. Something hidden even better. In the far corner, behind dusty old boxes, sat a stack of family videotapes. Dad used to film everything when we were younger. Birthday parties, holidays, family dinners. But suddenly, around my teenage years, the videos just stopped. Why? I carefully pulled out a few tapes and dusted them off. Carter Family Christmas. 2010. Nathan's 8th birthday. 2011. Family Trip, 2012. And then, nothing. No tapes beyond that. It was like the family decided to stop recording memories. Or maybe Dad made sure they did. I plugged the old VHS player into the basement TV, slipped in the Christmas tape and pressed play. The screen flickered, showing our family around the tree. Laughing. Smiling. Mom passing out gifts. Grandma in the background, holding a cup of tea. Her smile thin but present. And Dad's camera lingered on Grandma a little too long. Longer than it should have. It wasn't obvious. Not at first. But once I noticed it, I couldn't unsee it. The way his camera panned slowly over to her. Zoomed in just slightly. Focused on her hands, on her face. On the way she looked at him when she thought no one was watching. But someone was watching. And now me. I dug deeper. Tape after tape. The same pattern. Dad filming moments that seemed innocent. But hidden beneath that was something else. More stolen glances. More lingering shots. And then it stopped. After 2012, nothing. I knew there had to be more. I searched through every box, every drawer in the basement until I found it. An unmarked tape, shoved behind the others. No label. No date. I hesitated, heart pounding. Then I slid it into the player. The screen crackled to life. It wasn't a birthday or holiday. It was the kitchen. Late at night. Grandma sat at the table, nervously wringing her hands. Dad stood over her, leaning in close. No sound, but the image was clear. He was angry. Grandma looked scared. He slammed his hand on the table. She flinched. And then, she nodded, like she was agreeing to something. The tape cut off. No more. No context. Just that. The next morning, I couldn't look at him the same. Dad moved through the house like everything was normal. Coffee in one hand, reading the paper in the other. But now I knew better. He wasn't just controlling Grandma. He was watching all of us. Planning. Manipulating. I sat across from him at the breakfast table, watching him just as carefully. He must have felt it because he slowly lowered his paper and met my eyes. His expression didn't change. But his eyes did. Cold. Calculating. Something on your mind, Linda? I forced a small smile. Oh. Just tired. His lips curved slightly, but it wasn't a smile. It was acknowledgement. He knew. But so did I. And that terrified me. Later that day, I passed Grandma in the hallway. Her eyes caught mine, wide and glistening, like she wanted to speak, but didn't dare. I gently touched her arm. Grandma, if something's wrong. Her grip on my wrist tightened, almost painfully. Her voice was barely a whisper. Oh. He'll hear you. My stomach dropped. I glanced around. The hallway. But she was right. He was always listening. Watching. Please, she whispered again. And then she let go, disappearing into her room like a shadow. I knew then this wasn't just about finding answers. This was a war. And it had been going on far longer than I realized. But it wasn't loud. It wasn't fists and shouting. It was quiet. A war fought in glances, in silence, in fear. And I was already in the middle of it. The only question now was whether I was a soldier, or just another casualty waiting to happen. They say the walls have ears. In my house, it wasn't just the walls. It was the silence, the glances, the quiet agreements exchanged in the dark corners of our home. And me. I was starting to realize I wasn't just uncovering a secret. I was walking into a trap. After what I saw on those tapes, I knew Dad wasn't just hiding a secret. He was covering his tracks. And if he was smart enough to lock away videos, there had to be more. Somewhere. I needed to move fast. Dad was getting suspicious. Every time our eyes met, it felt like he was peeling back my skin, reading my thoughts. I had to stay ahead. I returned to his office, the air heavier than before. The desk drawer I had opened earlier wasn't the only one. There was another, lower, smaller, but not with a key. Combination lock. I stared at it, frustrated. Dad was calculated. He wouldn't use anything obvious. But then it hit me. Nathan's birthday. Dad's favorite child. The one he always bragged about. I slowly turned the dial. 0-5-1-1. Blick. Opened. Inside wasn't what I expected. Not papers. Not files. Phone. An old burner phone. Dead but still intact. And next to it, a photo. Printed ultrasound. Grandma's name. But in the corner a handwritten note. Termination is not an option. No signature. But I didn't need one. I felt my blood run cold. Dad didn't just know. He was forcing it. I tucked the phone and photo back into the drawer, locking it carefully. My hands were shaking. I tried to steady my breath, but it felt like the air itself was suffocating me. He wasn't protecting Grandma. He was controlling her. And now he knew that I was getting too close. I needed help. But who could I trust? Mom. Well, she was too blind to see it. Nathan. Too young. Too naive. Blair. My best friend. If anyone could help me piece this together, it was her. I grabbed my phone and quickly texted her. Claire, I need to talk. It's urgent. Seconds felt like hours before she replied. What's wrong? I can't explain. Not over text. Can you meet me tonight? Course. My place. Oh. Somewhere quiet. Somewhere no one will find us. Linda. You're scaring me. I'll explain everything. I slipped my phone back into my pocket, trying to stay calm. But as I turned to leave the office, I caught something in the corner of my eye. The security camera. A small, black device tucked into the corner of the room. Watching. Recording. My stomach twisted. Had it been on this whole time? Was he watching me now? I left the office quickly, closing the door as quietly as I could. I couldn't stay here. Not anymore. The sun had already set by the time I met Claire. We chose a quiet, empty parking lot behind an old shopping center, somewhere far from the house. Claire leaned against her car, arms folded, eyes wide with concern. Linda, what's going on? I looked around, half expecting to see Dad's car trailing me. Then I told her everything. The vitamins, the text, tapes, the drawer. By the time I finished, Claire's face was pale. Linda. This is insane. Are you sure? I pulled out my phone and showed her the photo. The ultrasound. A note. She stared at it, speechless. Oh my God. I need to find out the truth. All of it. But I can't do it alone. She nodded slowly, fear in her eyes. Whatever you need. I'm here. I felt a flicker of relief. But it was short-lived. Because then Claire looked past me, her eyes widening in fear. Linda, behind you. Turned slowly. Black car. Parked at the far edge of the lot. Headlights off. Engine running. Watching. Waiting. We need to go. Now. We both bolted to Claire's car, jumping in as the black car's engine roared to life. Its headlights flashed on, and it began to move toward us. Claire fumbled with the keys, starting the engine. Come on, come on. The tires screeched as she slammed the car into drive, speeding out of the lot. The black car followed. Close. Too close. I looked back, my heart pounding. It's him. It's my dad. Claire's knuckles turned white on the steering wheel. Where do we go? Anywhere but home. Because if he was following me now, it meant only one thing. He knew. And if he was willing to follow me, what else was he willing to do? As we sped through the dark streets, one thought echoed in my mind. Dad wasn't just hiding a secret. He was ready to kill to protect it. And now, I wasn't just uncovering the truth. I was running for my life. They say family is supposed to protect you. But what happens when the one you fear most is family? And when you realize there's nowhere left to run? That's when the real terror begins. The black car was still behind us. Its headlights were cold, steady, locked on our tail. Claire's hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly her knuckles were white. We sped through the empty streets, tires screeching against the asphalt. Linda, where do I go? I looked back. The car was gaining on us. Closer. Relentless. I don't know. Just lose him. Claire swerved sharply, turning onto a narrow side road, the car bumping over potholes. But it was no use. The black car followed. Smooth. Steady. It didn't matter how fast we went. It didn't matter where we turned. He was always right there. We couldn't go home. We couldn't go to the police. Dad was watching me, listening, following. Then he was already 10 steps ahead. But there was one place he wouldn't expect. Grandpa's cabin. An old, abandoned place deep in the woods. Dad hated it there. Said it was a waste of time and money. But Grandpa loved it. And now, it might be the only place Dad wouldn't look. Claire, take the old logging road off Highway 12. We can hide there. Claire didn't ask questions. He just drove. The black car didn't follow. Not this time. Maybe Dad thought he'd scared me enough. Or maybe he was planning something worse. The cabin creaked as we stepped inside, the smell of old wood and dust filling the air. It was dark, except for the moonlight spilling through the cracks in the walls. Claire slammed the door shut behind us, panting. "Linda, what the hell is happening?" I didn't know how to explain it. Not in a way that made sense. I sat down, pulling the ultrasound photo from my pocket. The letters. Text. "My dad, he's hiding something. Something about Grandma. And I think he's willing to hurt anyone who gets too close." Claire shook her head in disbelief. "This is insane. Your dad wouldn't. He followed us, Claire. He's been watching me. He knows I'm on to him." My voice cracked. I wasn't sure if I was angry or scared. Maybe both. Claire sat beside me, her eyes wide with fear. "What are we going to do?" I didn't have an answer. But I knew one thing. We couldn't run forever. The cabin was filled with old boxes and junk Grandpa had left behind. I started digging through them, desperate for anything that could explain what was happening. And then I found it. A box labeled Evelyn. Inside were old letters, medical records, and photos. One photo caught my eye. Grandma, younger, standing beside a man who wasn't Grandpa. The man looked familiar. Too familiar. It was Dad. But younger. Far too young. And Grandma was holding his hand. Not like a mother. Like a lover. My stomach twisted. No, this can't be real. I dug deeper, my hands trembling. A letter fell out. "Evelyn. It's not right. People won't understand. But this is our choice. Family. We have to protect it at all costs." Girl. My breathing quickened. This wasn't just recent. This had been going on for years. Years. And no one knew. Or maybe no one wanted to know. Claire was watching me, her face pale. "Linda. This isn't possible." I dropped the photo, staring at the floor. "It's worse than I thought. This didn't just start. It's been happening for a long time." Claire was shaking her head, struggling to process. "We need help. The police. No, we can't go to them. If Dad's involved, who knows who else he's controlling?" Claire fell silent. And in that silence I felt it. The weight of the truth. The suffocating realization that we were alone. The cabin was still. Too still. Then Claire's phone buzzed. New message. She picked it up, her hands trembling. Her face drained of color. "Linda. It's from your dad." I grabbed the phone. The message was simple. "I know where you are. Come home. Or you'll regret it." My hands went cold. He knows. He wasn't chasing us anymore. Because he didn't have to. He already had control. And now, he was waiting. I looked out the cracked window into the woods. Darkness stretched in every direction. But somewhere out there, he was watching. Waiting. We weren't safe. Not here. Not anywhere. "Claire, we have to move. Now." But deep down, I knew running wasn't enough. I had to end this. I had to face him. Because if I didn't, he would. And next time he wouldn't just be watching. He'd be coming for me. They say once a lie is told, it must be buried deep to survive. But the truth? It has a way of clawing its way back to the surface. I thought I had reached the bottom of my family's secrets. But I was wrong. I hadn't even scratched the surface. The wooden cabin creaked under the pressure of the cold night air. Dust hung in the beams of moonlight seeping through the cracks in the walls. Claire paced nervously by the boarded window, biting her thumbnail. I sat still, staring at my phone, the message from Dad burning into my mind. "I know where you are. Come home. Or you'll regret it." His words weren't just a threat. They were a promise. Claire broke the silence. "Linda, we can't just sit here. He knows where we are." I tore my eyes away from the screen. Running won't solve anything. He'll just keep finding us. Then what are we supposed to do? Claire's voice cracked. I didn't have an answer. But I knew hiding wasn't enough anymore. Had to fight back. And to do that, I needed to understand exactly what Dad was hiding. I remembered something Grandpa once told me as a child. "If you ever feel unsafe, trust the house to protect you." At the time, It sounded like something an old man would say to comfort a scared little girl. But now it felt like a clue. I scanned the room, eyes searching for anything out of place. That's when I saw it. A faint outline in the wooden wall behind the old bookshelf. Hidden door. Without thinking, I moved the shelf aside, revealing a narrow staircase leading downward. Claire hesitated. Linda. What if it's not safe? It's safer than staying up here. We descended slowly, the stairs groaning beneath our weight. The air grew colder, thicker. At the bottom was a small, windowless room. Old furniture, boxes, and something that didn't belong. A locked metal cabinet. I pulled on the handle. It didn't budge. But Claire found a small crowbar leaning against the wall. Here. I pried the cabinet open, the metal screeching in protest. Inside were stacks of old documents and tapes. More tapes. But these weren't family videos. They were labeled with dates and initials. EC plus CC. Grandma Evelyn and Dad. I grabbed one and slid it into the old VHS player sitting on the table. The screen flickered to life. The footage was grainy, shaky. It showed Grandma Evelyn sitting in a dimly lit room. Alone. Nervous. Then Dad entered the frame. Younger. He sat beside her too close. His hand rested on her knee. She flinched. Charles, we can't keep doing this. We don't have a choice. Grandma's eyes filled with tears. It's wrong. They'll find out. Dad leaned in closer, his voice cold. Not if you do exactly as I say. The tape ended abruptly. Claire covered her mouth, horrified. Oh my God. Linda, this is real. I couldn't breathe. I'd hoped I was wrong. But the proof was right in front of me. This wasn't new. It had been happening for years. And Dad had been documenting it. I dug deeper into the cabinet. Letters. So many letters. All written in Dad's handwriting. Evelyn, you belong to me now. You always have. No one can take that away. Don't make me remind you why silence is necessary. They wouldn't understand. They'd destroy us. Claire's hands trembled as she read over my shoulder. Linda, he brainwashed her. I nodded slowly, numb. It wasn't just control. It was ownership. Manipulation. Use. Suddenly, Claire's phone buzzed. New message. From an unknown number. You have 1 hour. Or everyone will know. Claire's face turned pale. Linda. What does that mean? I didn't answer. 'Cause I already knew. Dad wasn't just threatening me anymore. He was ready to expose everything. But not in the way I thought. He wasn't protecting the secret anymore. He was using it as a weapon. To destroy us all. I stared at the flickering screen. At Grandma's terrified face. At Dad's cold, commanding expression. This wasn't about keeping the family together. This was about control. And now I had a choice. Run. Or fight. I stood up, gripping the tape in my hand. Claire, we're not hiding anymore. Her eyes widened. What are you saying? If he wants to play this game, fine. But I'm ending it. Because if Dad wanted a war, he just got one. They say knowledge is power. But some truths hold too much weight. So heavy they can crush you. And now I was carrying a truth so dark, it threatened to bury me alive. But if I didn't act now, it wouldn't just destroy me. It would destroy everyone I loved. Claire stared at the message on her phone. You have 1 hour. Or everyone will know. The words glared back at us, each one dripping with menace. My father wasn't bluffing. He never bluffed. I tightened my grip on the tape we found in the hidden room. He's ready to expose everything. But why now? Claire asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I shook my head. Because he knows we're close to the truth. This isn't about keeping the secret anymore. It's about controlling how it ends. Claire swallowed hard. So what do? We can't run. We can't go to the police. I stared into the shadows of the cabin. We fight back. I remembered the old burner phone I found in Dad's office. If he used it for secret conversations, maybe there was something on it. I dug it out of my bag, hands shaking. The phone was dead, but Claire handed me her portable charger. The screen flickered to life. No password. Dad was confident no one would ever find it. But I did. I scrolled through the messages. Most were deleted. But one thread remained. Unknown number, it's done. She's compliant. Dad, keep monitoring. Any signs of resistance? Inform me immediately. Unknown number. Understood. She won't step out of line. My breath caught. He had someone watching Grandma. Claire leaned over. Who's the other person? Kept scrolling. And then I saw it. Dad. Secure Evelyn at the cabin if necessary. Linda is getting suspicious. Claire's face turned pale. Linda. He was planning to bring her here. I looked around the cabin walls, suddenly feeling exposed. This place was never safe. It was a trap. If Dad had been planning to use this place, there had to be more hidden here. I scanned the walls, tapping for hollow spaces. That's when I heard it. A soft echo behind the old bookshelf. Claire and I moved it aside, revealing another concealed door. No lock this time. I slowly pushed it open. The air was colder inside. And darker. Inside was a small, windowless room. Empty except for a single chair in the middle, with restraints hanging loosely from the arms. Next to it, a table with medical supplies, syringes, gloves, and a metal tray. Claire covered her mouth in horror. Oh my God! This was for Grandma. Well, not just for Grandma. For anyone who got too close. I backed away, feeling like the walls were closing in. Claire's phone buzzed again. Another message. Unknown number. Time's almost up. Claire looked at me, panicked. Linda, this number. It's different. It's not your dad. I grabbed the phone. It wasn't Dad's number. But whoever it was knew everything. He's not working alone. The realization hit me like a punch to the stomach. Dad had help. And it wasn't just one person. This was bigger. Much bigger. We have to leave. Claire's voice shook. I hesitated. Leaving meant running. And running wouldn't stop him. But staying meant walking into whatever he had planned. Closed my eyes, thinking. Dad was about control. He wouldn't want this exposed. He wanted to bury it. And that meant he had leverage somewhere. Wait, I muttered. Claire turned to me. What? If he's threatening to expose us, that means he has something. Evidence. Something he's ready to release. Claire's eyes widened. Then we need to find it. I remembered something from the burner phone messages. Dad mentioned a storage facility. It was vague, but I recognized the area code. An old warehouse on the edge of town. Abandoned. Or so I thought. Claire, we need to go to the old harbor storage. Now. She hesitated but nodded. The drive was tense. Every car behind us felt like it was following. Every turn felt like we were being watched. By the time we reached the warehouse, the sky was dark, and the air felt heavier. The building loomed in front of us. Rusted metal doors, broken windows, and darkness swallowing it whole. The door creaked open easily. Too easily. Inside it was cold and damp. Stacks of boxes lined the walls. We searched frantically, opening box after box. Until we found it. A locked file cabinet. Claire found a rusted crowbar nearby, and we forced it open. Inside were files, photos, medical records, DNA tests, and at the bottom, a thick envelope labeled, "If found, destroy immediately." Tore it open. Inside were more photos. Of Dad and Grandma. Not just recent. Years ago. And not just alone. But with other people. Other women. Some familiar. Some not. Claire flipped through the photos, horrified. Linda. This wasn't just about Grandma. It wasn't. This was something far worse. And much older. My phone buzzed. Dad's number this time. You've made your choice. See you soon. No more threats. No more games. He was coming. And now, I wasn't sure if we were ready. They say the past is dead and gone. But what if it never died? What if it's been waiting in the shadows? Waiting to drag you down with it? The cold, damp air of the abandoned warehouse pressed in on us. The sharp scent of rust and mold filled my nose. Claire and I stood frozen, staring at the open file cabinet. The evidence in front of us wasn't just about Grandma anymore. It was so much bigger, so much darker. Claire's voice trembled. Linda, these women. Who are they? I flipped through the photographs, each more disturbing than the last. Some were candid shots, women walking alone at night, sitting at cafes, completely unaware. Others were staged. Women sitting beside my father, smiling. Some weren't smiling. One folder was labeled handled. Inside were medical records, pregnancy tests, DNA results, each one with a name crossed out in red ink. Some names had notes beside them. Terminated. Non-compliant. Resolved. My stomach churned. I think he's done this before. Her hand flew to her mouth. Oh my God. This wasn't about Grandma anymore. My father had a pattern. History. In the bottom drawer I found something worse. Handwritten family tree. But it wasn't ours. Not exactly. It had names I didn't recognize. Branches drawn and erased. Lines connecting people who shouldn't be connected. And at the very center, circled in red. Evelyn Carter, Charles Carter, Linda Carter. My breath caught in my throat. Claire leaned closer. Linda. Why are you on here? I stared at the tree, horrified. The way the lines tangled and crossed. The way my name was connected. Not as a daughter, but as a continuation. No, this can't be. Claire's voice cracked. Linda. You need to tell me what this means. But I didn't have an answer. Not one I was ready to say out loud. What if I wasn't who I thought I was? What if my entire existence was part of this nightmare? At the very back of the cabinet was a leather-bound journal. My father's handwriting. I opened it, my hands trembling. Evelyn was hesitant at first. But she understands now. This is bigger than us. It must continue. The bloodline is everything. It must be preserved. Linda is the key. She doesn't know yet, but soon she will. Claire's voice was barely a whisper. Linda. What does he mean by that? I didn't answer. Because I couldn't. Because if I did, it would make it real. Sudden noise. Metal scraping against the concrete floor. Claire and I froze. Did you hear that? She whispered. I slowly turned toward the darkened hallway of the warehouse. Another sound. A step. Deliberate. Low. Getting closer. We need to go. Now. We scrambled, grabbing as many documents as we could. But the footsteps grew louder. Closer. Then a voice. Familiar. You shouldn't have come here, Linda. My father's voice. But colder. I turned and there he was. Standing in the shadows. Just beyond the flickering light. Hands in his pockets. Watching. Waiting. Dad, I barely whispered. He smiled, but there was no warmth in it. You've seen too much. Claire grabbed my arm. Run. We bolted, weaving between rusted shelves and broken machinery. Dad didn't chase. Not yet. He just watched. Like he knew we couldn't escape. But we ran anyway. Heart pounding. Breath ragged. We burst through the side door into the cold night air. But something was wrong. Another car was parked outside. Engine running. Headlights off. Another man stepped out. Broad. Expressionless. Dad wasn't alone. Claire's grip tightened on my arm. Linda, they're everywhere. We dove behind a stack of old crates. My mind raced. This isn't just Dad. He was part of something larger. Something far more dangerous. Claire's hand brushed against something cold and metal. A recorder. Still running. I pressed play, and my father's voice echoed. The cycle must continue. Linda must understand her role. She was born for this. Claire's eyes widened. Linda, what role? My hand shook. I don't know. But I'm going to find out. Because now it wasn't just about surviving. It was about stopping whatever this was. And it started with my father. They say blood is thicker than water. But what if that blood is poisoned? What if every bond you thought was unbreakable was built on lies and control? I used to think my family was my safety net. Now I realize it's a cage. And my father is the one holding the key. Claire and I crouched behind rusted crates, our breath ragged, hearts pounding. My father hadn't moved. He stood in the dim warehouse light, calmly watching, like he had all the time in the world. And then there was the other man, the one by the car, expressionless, waiting for Dad's command. Linda, Claire's voice trembled. We can't stay here. I knew she was right. Dad was letting the fear eat us alive. That was his game. Control. Manipulation. But I wasn't going to let him win. Not this time. On my signal, run to the back exit, I whispered. Claire's eyes widened. What are you going to do? Buy us some time. Before she could argue, I stood up, slowly stepping into the dim light. My father's cold eyes locked onto mine. His smile didn't reach his eyes. Finally. You're done running. I swallowed hard, forcing my voice to stay steady. What do you want from me? He chuckled low and slow. You already know, Linda. You've seen the files. Photos. You know your place in this family. I shook my head, disgusted. I'm not part of this. Whatever this is. It ends now. His smile faded. No, Linda. It's only just beginning. I could feel Claire shifting behind me, preparing to run. Dad noticed. Tell your little friend not to try anything stupid. His eyes flicked toward the man by the car. A silent command. But Claire was faster. She bolted. Dad's head snapped toward her, and that was my moment. I grabbed a metal rod from the ground and swung it at the nearest stack of shelves. The rusted metal groaned and toppled over, crashing loudly and blocking the path between Dad and the exit. Run, Claire. We burst out of the warehouse into the cold night air. The distant sound of sirens echoed in the night, blending with the rush of our footsteps. But I knew better. No one was coming to save us. Dad wouldn't let them. We raced through the maze of abandoned buildings, finally collapsing behind an old dumpster. Claire was gasping for breath, her hands shaking. Linda, what the hell was that? What does he mean, your place in the family? I wiped the sweat from my forehead, staring at the dark sky. I think he's been planning something for years. Claire's eyes filled with fear. Linda, we need to tell someone. Anyone. But I shook my head. Oh, we need proof. Solid proof. 'Cause I knew Dad. He wasn't bluffing. If we went to the police now, he'd make it all disappear. There's only one person who knows more than me, I muttered. Claire frowned. Who? Grandma. She was the center of all of this. And despite Dad's grip on her, I knew there was still a part of her that wanted to break free. We had to get to her. The house was dark when we pulled up. Too dark. I killed the engine and sat in the silence. We need to be quiet. If Dad's here. Claire nodded. We slipped through the back door, moving carefully through the familiar halls that now felt alien. I made my way to Grandma's room. The door was ajar. Grandma, I whispered. No answer. I pushed the door open. She was sitting on the bed, staring at the wall. Her eyes were hollow, distant. Grandma, we need to talk. Please. Slowly, she turned to look at me. And in her lap was a small, crumpled piece of paper. I gently took it from her hands. It was a note, scrawled in shaky handwriting. Behind the mirror. I moved to the mirror above her dresser. It looked ordinary, but when I pressed along the edges, it shifted slightly. A small panel slid open, revealing a thin notebook. Opened it. Pages and pages of notes. Grandma's handwriting. Descriptions of meetings, threats, fear. But one sentence was underlined over and over again. He won't stop until it's finished. My breath caught. Finished with what? Claire read over my shoulder. Linda, this is it. This is what we need. But it wasn't enough. We needed more. At the very back of the notebook was a single photo. Of me. As a baby. But it wasn't a family photo. It was taken in a hospital. And standing beside my mother was Grandma, holding me. And standing beside her, not my father, but another man. I didn't recognize him. But the back of the photo was labeled Linda's birth. The beginning of everything. My head spun. Claire. What if my father isn't who I think he is? Claire's eyes widened. Then who is he? I didn't have an answer. But I was going to find out. Because this wasn't just about Grandma. It was about me. And the lie I was living. They say the truth will set you free. But no one warns you that it might destroy everything first. I thought I knew who I was. Who my family was. But that photo. That one image shattered everything. Because the man standing beside my grandmother wasn't my father. And now I had to ask myself, who am I really? I stared at the photograph in my hands, my eyes tracing every detail. Grandma younger holding a newborn me. But it was the man beside her that made my blood run cold. He wasn't my father. He was a stranger. And yet, something about him felt hauntingly familiar. Claire broke the silence. Linda. Do you know who that is? I shook my head slowly, my throat dry. Oh. But if Grandma hid this, it must mean something. Claire's eyes flicked to Grandma, who sat silently on the edge of the bed, staring at nothing. Her eyes were hollow, but I knew she was still in there, buried beneath the fear my father had instilled in her. I knelt beside her. Grandma, who is this man? Her eyes didn't move, but her lips trembled. Then, in the faintest whisper, she spoke. He wasn't supposed to know. I leaned in. Who, Grandma? Who wasn't supposed to know? Her hand slowly lifted, pointing toward the photo. Her voice cracked. Your father. Charles. My mind was spinning. Dad wasn't supposed to know about this man. Why? Who was he? I flipped the photo over again. The handwritten words on the back haunted me. Linda's birth. The beginning of everything. Claire leaned closer. Linda, we need more. There has to be something else here. We tore through the hidden compartment behind the mirror. Loose papers, old letters, medical documents. And then I found it. A folded letter, brittle with age. Written in Grandma's handwriting but addressed to someone else. To Richard. We can't keep this hidden forever. She'll have to know the truth one day. But Charles, he must never find out. If he does, it will destroy us all. Evelyn. My heart nearly stopped. Richard. The man in the photo. And the name sounded familiar. Claire's eyes widened. Linda. Richard. Wasn't that Grandpa's brother? Froze. Click. Grandpa's estranged younger brother. I barely remembered him. He vanished from the family when I was too young to remember. Dad always called him a disappointment, a disgrace to the family. But why? Was it because of this? Because he was my real father? I couldn't breathe. The room felt too small, the air too thick. If Richard is my real father, Claire finished my thought. Then Charles isn't your dad. He's your uncle. The word felt foreign. Unnatural. But it made sense. Dad's obsession with control. The manipulation. His twisted sense of ownership. It wasn't just about power. It was about erasing Richard. And claiming what he thought was his. Me. I turned back to Grandma, my voice shaking. Grandma. Why didn't you tell me? Tears welled in her tired eyes. I wanted to. But he wouldn't let me. Dad. She nodded weakly. He found out. About Richard. About you. And he made sure Richard disappeared. Claire gasped. Disappeared? You mean he? Grandma squeezed her eyes shut, silent. But the answer was clear. Dad didn't just force Richard out of the family. He got rid of him. Permanently. And then he took me. Raised me as his own. Because in his mind I was his to control. Claire's voice broke the suffocating silence. Linda, we need to get out of here. He won't let you walk away from this. But I was frozen. If Dad killed Richard, what else is he willing to do? Claire grabbed my shoulders, shaking me. Anything. And we can't let him. She was right. This wasn't just about secrets anymore. It was about survival. And now that I knew the truth, I had a target on my back. Suddenly the house phone rang. The shrill sound cut through the silence like a knife. Claire and I froze. Grandma whimpered. I hesitated, then slowly picked it up. Hello. Silence. And my father's voice. Cold. Measured. Now you understand. But understanding won't save you. Blick. The line went dead. Claire stared at me, terrified. Linda, he knows we're here. I turned toward the window. In the distance, headlights glowed at the end of the driveway. Getting closer. He's coming. I turned to Claire, my voice steady despite the fear in my chest. We're not running anymore. Claire's eyes widened. What are you talking about? Linda, we have to. Oh, he's not going to stop. Not unless we stop him first. I turned to Grandma. There has to be more. Something we can use against him. Grandma hesitated, then slowly pointed to the floor beneath her bed. Claire and I dropped to the floor, pulling aside the loose floorboards. A small metal box sat in the hollow space. Opened it. Inside were cassette tapes, labeled with dates. And one was labeled in bold, red ink. Confession. I stared at the tape in my hand. My father wasn't just hiding secrets. He was documenting them. But this could be the key. Claire, this is it. This is how we end this. Because if this tape held what I thought it did, it wasn't just my life on the line anymore. It was his. They say the truth is like a double-edged sword. Sharp enough to cut through lies, but dangerous enough to wound you in the process. And as I held the cassette tape labeled Confession in my hand, I knew this was it. The truth. But was I ready for it? Or was it going to destroy everything I had left? Claire and I sat on the cold floor of Grandma's dimly lit room. The air was thick with tension, and every creak in the house felt like footsteps creeping closer. Claire stared at the tape in my hand. Linda, are you sure about this? I nodded, though every muscle in my body was tense. Whatever's on this tape, it's the last piece of the puzzle. We found an old tape recorder in the metal box. My hands trembled as I placed the cassette inside and pressed play. The tape whirred and then, silence. Then my father's voice. Cold. Calculated. If you're hearing this, it means I didn't finish what I started. Claire gasped quietly, covering her mouth. Dad continued. Evelyn was always weak. She never understood what had to be done. Richard thought he could steal what was mine. But blood is blood. And I couldn't let him poison it. Poison it. My stomach turned. Linda, he's talking about Richard, Claire whispered. Dad's voice darkened. Richard didn't understand. He never did. Evelyn was mine. She always was. And when she tried to run, I reminded her why that was a mistake. The sound of something slamming echoed on the tape. Grandma's faint sobs followed. And Linda. My beautiful Linda. You were always meant to be mine. My blood. My legacy. I felt the blood drain from my face. No. Claire's eyes widened in horror. Richard thought he could take you. But he's gone now. Just like anyone else who threatens what I built. Long pause. Then a whisper. And if you think you can run from me, Linda, think again. Blick. The tape ended. But the silence it left behind was deafening. I couldn't move. Couldn't breathe. The weight of his words crushed me. Claire broke the silence first. Linda, he admitted it. My mind was spinning. He killed Richard. He manipulated Grandma. And now he's coming for me. Claire stood up, pacing. We have to take this to the police. This is proof. Real proof. But I hesitated. Do you think the police will believe this? That my father, my own father, killed his own brother and manipulated my grandmother? Claire's expression hardened. They have to. This isn't just suspicion anymore, Linda. This is confession. Recorded. We can end this. I wanted to believe her. But my father wasn't just some man. He was powerful. Respected. Feared. He knew how to cover his tracks. And if he found out we had this tape, he'd make sure we never had the chance to use it. Grandma's frail voice broke the tension. You can't trust them. I turned to her, startled. What do you mean? Her eyes, once hollow, now burned with urgency. Charles has people everywhere. He's been grooming them, making sure no one can touch him. Claire's voice cracked. The police. Grandma nodded slowly. Lawyers. Police. Even family. He's built walls around himself. I felt the walls closing in. Then who can we trust? Grandma's hand trembled as she pointed to the box. There's one more tape. Find it. It's the only way. Claire and I dug through the metal box, papers scattering across the floor. And then we saw it. Another tape. Unlabeled. I slid the second tape into the recorder and hit play. My father's voice again. But this time it wasn't calm. It was frantic. They're closing in. Evelyn's starting to talk. I can't let this happen. The cycle must continue. Linda must understand her place. His breathing was ragged. I've taken care of Richard. But Evelyn, she's slipping. She won't stay quiet forever. A loud bang echoed in the background. Then silence. Then a soft, chilling whisper. If anyone hears this, it's already too late. Tape stop. Claire's hand was shaking. Linda. That wasn't from years ago. I stared at the recorder. Oh. That was recent. I stood up, gripping the first tape in one hand and the second in the other. We can't run. And we can't go to the police. Claire frowned. Then what do we do? I took a deep breath. We expose him. Publicly. Online. Everywhere. Claire's eyes widened. That's risky. If he finds out, he already knows. But if the world hears this, he can't silence us. Not without exposing himself. Claire hesitated, then nodded. Okay. Let's do it. But as we gathered our things, Grandma spoke again. Linda, be careful. I turned to her. Why? Her voice dropped to a whisper. Because Charles isn't the only one hiding something. A chill ran down my spine. What do you mean? But before she could answer, the sound of glass shattering echoed from downstairs. Claire's eyes widened in terror. He's here. I clutched the tapes tightly. Claire grabbed my arm. Linda, we have to go. But my feet felt frozen. Because if Dad was here now, it wasn't just to scare us. It was to end this. One way or another. They say a house is built on memories. But what if those memories are built on lies? On secrets so dark, the walls themselves seem to whisper them. And now, in the house I once called home, those shadows were closing in. 'Cause he was here. And this time there was nowhere left to run. The sound of glass shattering downstairs echoed through the house. Deliberate. Claire's grip tightened on my arm. Her voice was a trembling whisper. Linda, he's inside. I felt my pulse quicken, every instinct screaming at me to move. We have to get out. Now. But then Grandma's voice cut through the panic. But deadly serious. Oh. If you run, he'll find you. He always does. Her eyes, once hollow, now burned with something stronger. Fear. But also, defiance. You need to end this. Tonight. Claire's voice cracked. Linda, we can't fight him. Not here. But I wasn't so sure. This house was his domain. His web. But maybe, just maybe, I could turn it against him. Come on. I grabbed Claire's hand and pulled her toward the back of Grandma's room. Behind the old dresser was a small, hidden door that led to the attic. A narrow staircase spiraled upward into darkness. I remembered playing there as a child, never knowing its true purpose. But now it wasn't a place to play. It was a place to hide. Or to fight back. We crept up the stairs, the old wood groaning beneath our weight. From below, the sound of slow, deliberate footsteps moved through the house. He wasn't in a hurry. He knew we were trapped. The attic was suffocating, filled with old furniture draped in white sheets. Dust hung in the air like a ghost. But it was more than just storage. In the far corner, half hidden beneath old trunks, was a locked chest. Grandma's words echoed in my mind. He isn't the only one hiding something. I knelt down, prying open the rusted latch. Inside were photographs, documents, and something else. A gun. Claire's breath caught. Linda, what is that? I picked it up, the cold metal heavy in my hands. Insurance. Beside it a sealed envelope. To Linda. For when the truth is too heavy to carry. I tore it open, my hands shaking. Inside was a letter. Grandma's handwriting. Linda, if you're reading this, it means Charles has crossed a line he can't return from. This gun belonged to Richard. He kept it for protection, but it couldn't save him. Maybe it can save you. But know this. Violence isn't always the answer. Sometimes the truth is sharper than any weapon. I stared at the gun. Was this what Grandma meant by ending it? Or was there something more? Footsteps creaked up the stairs. Low, heavy, deliberate. Claire's eyes widened. Linda, he's coming up here. I scanned the attic, my mind racing. We couldn't hide. And we couldn't run. Not this time. I pulled Claire behind an old armoire, pressing a finger to my lips. The attic door creaked open. And then I saw him. My father. But this wasn't the man I grew up fearing. This was something worse. His face was calm, controlled. But his eyes, cold. Me. He stepped inside, the floorboards groaning under his weight. Linda. His voice was soft, mocking. You're making this harder than it needs to be. I tightened my grip on the gun. He didn't know I had it. Not yet. Come out. Let's talk. Just you and me. Claire trembled beside me. But I wasn't afraid. Not anymore. I stepped out slowly, the gun hidden behind my back. Dad's face remained expressionless. There you are. I was starting to think you didn't want to see me. I stared him down. It's over. I know everything. His smile didn't falter. Do you? You think those tapes will save you? You think anyone will believe you over me? I didn't answer. I didn't need to. Give me the tapes, Linda. And we can forget all of this. I shook my head. Oh, it ends now. His eyes narrowed. So be it. He lunged forward. But before he could reach me, I raised the gun. Don't move. For the first time his face shifted. Surprise. Then, amusement. You won't pull that trigger. My hand shook. But I held my ground. Try me. A tense silence stretched between us. Then slowly he raised his hands. But his smile never faded. You think you've won, don't you? I swallowed hard. Oh. But I'm not afraid of you anymore. The air was thick, every second stretching longer. I could end it now. One squeeze of the trigger. But Grandma's words echoed in my mind. Violence isn't always the answer. I lowered the gun. Dad's eyes darkened. Weak. Just like her. No, I said firmly. Stronger. And smarter. Claire appeared behind me, holding the tape recorder. She pressed play. Dad's confession filled the air. His face went pale. For the first time he looked afraid. It's over. The sound of distant sirens broke the silence. Claire smiled. We sent it everywhere. Police. The news. Everyone. Dad's face twisted in rage. You think this ends me? I stared at him calm. Oh. You ended yourself. The sirens grew louder. Dad didn't move. 'Cause he knew. It was over. They say that right before a storm hits, there's a stillness in the air. A quiet so heavy it feels like the world itself is holding its breath. That's where I was now, standing on the edge of a storm I couldn't escape. And this time running wasn't an option. Because this storm had a name. Charles Carter. And he was coming for me. The house was too quiet. Not the kind of peaceful quiet that feels safe. Oh. This was the kind of quiet that wraps around you like a noose. Waiting to tighten. Claire gripped my arm, her knuckles white. Linda. We need to move. Now. But I couldn't move. I stared at the tape recorder in my hand, the confession still echoing in my ears. Richard didn't understand. Evelyn was mine. And Linda. My beautiful Linda. She always was. His words twisted in my mind like barbed wire. Linda. Claire's voice snapped me back. I blinked, my grip tightening around the recorder. We can't stay here. But where could we go? The police were out of the question. Dad had already buried his secrets too deep. And now, the walls of this house felt like they were closing in. Every creak of the floor, every shadow in the corner, it all felt like him. Watching. Waiting. I glanced at Grandma, still sitting silently in her chair. Her eyes were distant, but her hands trembled. She wasn't gone, not yet. But fear had built walls around her, and I didn't know if I could break them down. Grandma listened to me. Her eyes slowly shifted to mine. He's coming. You know he won't stop. I need to know, did you hide anything else? Anything we can use against him? She hesitated. Then slowly she nodded. Her frail hand pointed toward the old grandfather clock in the hallway. Behind it, the safe. My pulse quickened. I ran to the clock, pushing it aside with Claire's help. Behind it, a small, rusted safe was bolted to the wall. Grandma coughed weakly. Richard, he put it there. The code is your birthday. My hands shook as I turned the dial. The lock clicked. Inside more tapes. More letters. But one thing stood out, a small black USB drive. Claire leaned over my shoulder. What is that? I didn't know. But if Richard hid it, it had to be important. Claire's hands trembled as she pulled out her laptop. The screen glowed in the dark room, casting pale light across our faces. I plugged in the USB drive. Contained a single video file. Click play. Richard's face appeared on the screen. His eyes were tired, but his voice was steady. If you're watching this, then Charles found me. And if he found me, then he'll come for you too. Claire gasped softly. Richard leaned closer to the camera. Charles isn't just controlling Evelyn. He's controlling everyone. Judges, officers, even family. But I've been recording him. His deals. His threats. It's all here. The video shifted to blurry footage. Charles meeting with unknown men, exchanging envelopes, speaking in hushed tones. Locations. Proof. Claire's eyes widened. Linda, this is it. This could take him down. But my stomach twisted. If Dad knew about this. That's why Richard had to die, I whispered. He wasn't just cleaning up a family scandal. He was covering up something much bigger. Suddenly, Claire's phone buzzed. New message. From Dad's number. You can't run, Linda. You're only making this harder. Come home. My hands clenched into fists. He still thinks he can control me. Claire's voice trembled. Linda. He's going to kill us. I met her eyes. Not if we expose him first. I copied the video to Claire's laptop and the cloud. Every second mattered now. Claire's fingers flew across the keyboard. I'm sending this to every news station, every social media platform. He can't silence all of them. Check the window. The driveway was empty. But the darkness felt heavier now. Like he was already here. Watching. Waiting. Then the house phone rang. Once. The sound echoed through the silence. Claire froze. Don't answer it. But I did. I pressed the phone to my ear. Silence. Then my father's voice. You're not as smart as you think, Linda. I didn't flinch. And you're not as untouchable as you think, Dad. A low chuckle. It's too late. You've already lost. Blick. The line went dead. I slowly placed the phone back on the receiver. Claire's voice was barely a whisper. What did he say? I stared into the shadows. That it's too late. And maybe it was. But if he wanted to finish this, he'd have to come and do it himself. I wasn't running anymore. They say when a predator feels cornered, it becomes even more dangerous. But what happens when the prey stops running? What happens when the hunted decides to fight back? This wasn't about survival anymore. It was about finishing this. And I was ready. The house was still. Every shadow stretched long and dark against the walls. Claire sat at the dining table, furiously typing on her laptop. Each keystroke echoed in the silence. I've sent the files to 3 news outlets, a dozen online forums, and uploaded them to the cloud, Claire said breathlessly. If anything happens to us, this will go public. I nodded slowly, my eyes on the darkened window. Good. But that won't stop him from coming. Claire's fingers froze over the keyboard. Linda, we need a plan. If he gets in here, he will get in. I cut her off, my voice cold and steady. We need to make sure he doesn't get out. We moved through the house, barricading doors and windows. Old furniture scraped against the floor as we stacked it against the entrances. Claire found a box of candles and lit them, their flickering light casting long shadows. Why the candles? Asked. She glanced nervously at the light bulbs above. He could cut the power. Mart. We weren't dealing with someone who fought fair. But I wasn't either. I grabbed the gun we'd found in the attic. Heavy in my hands. I checked the chamber. Loaded. Claire's eyes locked onto the weapon. Are you really going to use that? I met her gaze. If I have to. Because this wasn't just about us anymore. It was about stopping him. For good. But I knew Dad wouldn't just walk into a trap. He was too careful. Too calculated. I needed to make him believe he was still in control. I picked up the house phone, hands steady, and dialed his number. Rang once. Then his voice answered. Finally ready to listen. I forced the words through gritted teeth. I'm done running. I'll come home. Oz. Then a low chuckle. Good girl. You're learning. But only if Claire goes free. She has nothing to do with this. He laughed softly. You're not in a position to negotiate, Linda. No, but you need me alive. I'm the only loose end you can't tie up. Silence. Fine. Claire leaves. But if you try anything, you won't live to regret it. Deal. I hung up before he could say more. Claire's eyes were wide. Linda, what are you doing? I turned to her. Setting a trap. We positioned ourselves in the living room, the house dark except for the glow of the candles. Claire hid behind the staircase, gripping the second tape recorder, ready to capture everything. I sat in the center of the room, the gun tucked beneath a cushion on the couch. My heart pounded in my chest, but my face was calm. The front door creaked. A step. Deliberate. Low. And then he was there. My father. His figure loomed in the doorway, the faint candlelight casting shadows over his face. He smiled. You did the right thing, Linda. I didn't move. Let Claire go. He chuckled, stepping inside. Claire was never the problem. You are. His hand rested casually on something beneath his coat. A weapon. What do you want from me? Asked. I want what I've always wanted. Control. Obedience. You're mine, Linda. You always have been. My stomach turned. But I didn't flinch. Not anymore. Claire clicked the recorder on. Dad's eyes flicked toward the sound. His smile faded. What's this? I leaned forward. Insurance. Your little confessions are about to become very public. His face darkened. You think anyone will believe you? They don't need to. The proof speaks for itself. His hand moved inside his coat. Then I have no reason to keep you alive. I moved first. My hand shot beneath the cushion. The gun was cold in my palm. I leveled it at him. His hand froze. For the first time he looked uncertain. Don't make me do this. But I would. If I had to. Linda. You're still my daughter. Oh. I'm Richard's daughter. His eyes flashed with rage. Richard was weak. And he's dead because of it. And you will be too if you don't leave. For a moment the mask slipped. The calm, composed man I feared was gone. In his place was something raw. Holy. Desperate. But then he smiled again. This isn't over. You think a gun makes you powerful. You're still that scared little girl. Not anymore. He stepped back into the shadows. We'll see. The door creaked shut. And just like that he was gone. But the war had only begun. They say that monsters hide in the dark. But sometimes the real monsters walk in the light. They smile. They comfort. They pretend to love you. And by the time you see their true face, it's too late. But not this time. This time I saw him for what he was. And now, it was his turn to be afraid. The door slammed shut, and the house fell into an eerie silence. Claire slowly emerged from behind the staircase, her breathing ragged. Her wide eyes met mine, searching for answers. Linda, why did you let him go? I stared at the darkened doorway, my grip tightening on the gun. Because he thinks he's still in control. Claire's voice trembled. But what if he comes back? I turned to her, my voice cold and steady. He will. But this time we won't be waiting for him. I sat down at the dining table, spreading out the contents from the safe. Tapes. The letters. The USB drive. Everything Richard had hidden. Everything Dad wanted to erase. He's not going to stop, I muttered. So we make the first move. Claire leaned over the table. Oh. We can't fight him head-on. I stared at the evidence. We don't have to. We just have to take away his control. Claire frowned. What do you mean? He's built his entire life on fear. On secrets. We expose him completely. And he loses everything. Claire opened her laptop, fingers moving quickly. The files we sent out, they'll take time to spread. He'll try to stop them. He nodded. Then we need to speed it up. I clicked through the folders on the USB drive. One file caught my attention. Contacts. Opened it. List of names, numbers, locations, police officers, lawyers, judges, all connected to Dad. Obot. Claire's face went pale. Linda. This is huge. This is how he's stayed untouchable. We take this public, and they all burn with him. Claire hesitated. What if they come after us? I met her eyes. They will. But if we don't fight back, we're already dead. I pulled out my phone, scrolling through the contact list Dad didn't know I had. There was one name. Detective Marcus Reed. The only cop Richard ever trusted. Dialed. Rang. And rang. Who is this? His voice was rough, suspicious. My name is Linda Carter. Richard Carter was my uncle. Silence. Richard's dead. Because my father killed him. Another pause. What are you talking about? I have proof. Documents. And if I don't make it through tonight, it all goes public. A deep breath on the other end. Where are you? My house. But you can't trust anyone. My father has people everywhere. Another pause. Stay put. I'm coming. The line went dead. I turned to Claire. Help is on the way. But we need to buy time. Claire's hands trembled. Linda, what if he gets here first? I stared at the front door. Then we finish what we started. We moved quickly, setting up traps around the house. Claire placed broken glass beneath the windows. I rigged the back door with a chair wedged under the handle. Every light in the house stayed off, the candles flickering in the dark. It wasn't much. But it was all we had. The minutes dragged by. Every shadow seemed to shift. Every creak of the house felt like a threat. Claire sat beside me, gripping the tape recorder. The gun felt heavier in my lap. Linda, Claire whispered. I turned to her. Do you think he'll kill us? I didn't answer right away. Because I didn't know. Not if we kill him first. Soft click. Back door. Claire's eyes widened. He's here. I raised the gun, my heartbeat thudding in my ears. We moved slowly toward the sound. The dark hallway stretched before us, the candlelight flickering. Another creak. A step. Low. Measured. He was inside. We reached the kitchen. Me. But the back door was ajar, swinging slightly in the breeze. I moved closer, gun raised. And then, voice. Right behind me. Drop it. Froze. Dad stood in the doorway. A gun in his hand. His eyes cold. Unforgiving. It's over, Linda. But I didn't lower my weapon. Oh. It's just beginning. We stared each other down. The silence between us was deafening. Bang. They say when you tear down walls, you uncover more than just dust. Sometimes you find things that should have stayed hidden. Secrets too dangerous to expose. But I had already pulled at the threads. And now everything was unraveling. The house was eerily silent. The distant hum of police sirens faded into the night, leaving nothing but the sound of our own breathing. Claire sat beside me, gripping her knees to her chest. Her eyes were distant, lost in thought. Grandma sat in the corner, staring blankly ahead. The weight of everything that had happened pressed down on all of us. And yet something didn't feel right. Not yet. Detective Marcus Reed stood at the doorway, surveying the house. His expression was grim. Linda, I need to speak with you. I followed him into the kitchen. The room felt colder than before. Reed leaned against the counter, crossing his arms. Your father made several calls before we got here. We're tracking the numbers, but it doesn't look good. My stomach twisted. What do you mean? He sighed. Charles wasn't working alone. There are others. People who helped him cover up everything. I felt the blood drain from my face. Who? Reed's eyes darkened. We're still figuring that out. But you need to be careful. This isn't over. Later that night, sleep was impossible. The house creaked around me, every sound making me jump. But something kept pulling me back to the hidden room behind the mirror. There had to be more. More secrets. More answers. I grabbed a flashlight and quietly made my way back to the room. The air was colder here. I ran the light across the walls, searching for anything I might have missed. Then I saw it. Faint outline on the floor. Trapdoor. I hesitated for a moment, my breath catching. But I couldn't stop now. I pried it open. A narrow staircase led downward, swallowed by darkness. I swallowed my fear and stepped inside. The stairs groaned under my weight. The air grew colder with each step. At the bottom, the flashlight revealed a small, windowless room. Old furniture covered in sheets. And in the corner, a locked metal cabinet. I knelt down, inspecting it. It was rusted but still intact. And taped to the side was a small, yellowed envelope. For Evelyn. My hands trembled as I opened it. Inside was a key. And a note. If you're reading this, Evelyn, it means Charles has found out. This is the only leverage we have left. Don't let him win. Richer. I unlocked the cabinet. Inside were rows of cassette tapes. Dozens of them. Each labeled with dates and names. But one stood out. Charles' final deal. I grabbed it and rushed upstairs. Claire was still awake, her eyes heavy but alert. Linda. What is it? I showed her the tape. I think this is what Richard was trying to protect. We found the old tape recorder and pressed play. Charles's voice filled the room. This is the last one. After this, it's done. Evelyn won't talk and Richard, well, he won't be a problem much longer. If anyone asks, it was an accident. Understand? A second voice responded. Cold. Understood. But what about the girl? My heart stopped. Linda. She won't remember anything. And if she does, she'll know better than to talk. Claire's hand flew to her mouth. I couldn't breathe. He planned everything. Claire whispered, Linda. We need to give this to Reed. But I wasn't so sure. Oh, not yet. Claire's eyes widened. What are you talking about? I stared at the tape. This isn't enough. If he walks free, he'll come for us. We need more. The phone rang. Froze. It was nearly 3 a.m. Claire looked at me, fear in her eyes. I slowly picked it up. Hello. Silence. Then a low, familiar voice. You think you've won. My blood ran cold. It was him. It's over, Dad. The world knows. He chuckled. Oh, Linda. You've barely scratched the surface. You're going to prison. Another dark laugh. Prison isn't the worst place to be. But do you know where it is? I didn't answer. Being alone. Forever. Blick. The line went dead. Claire's voice trembled. Linda, what did he say? I stared at the dead phone in my hand. He's not scared. Not even now. Claire shook her head. How is that possible? Because he wasn't finished. Not yet. The walls of the house seemed to close in tighter. I knew now that this wasn't just about my father. There were others. People who would do anything to keep his secrets buried. And they were still out there. Waiting. Watching. But I wasn't the scared little girl he raised. I was done running. And whatever was coming, I was ready. They say when a storm passes, the air feels lighter. But they don't tell you about the wreckage it leaves behind. The shattered pieces. The silence that feels heavier than the chaos ever did. I thought it would be over when he was gone. But some storms don't end. They only change shape. The flashing red and blue lights bathed the house in harsh, pulsing colors. It didn't feel like home anymore. It hadn't for a long time. Officers moved carefully through the house, their footsteps muffled against the blood-stained carpet. Charles Carter was being carried out on a stretcher. Alive, but defeated. Detective Marcus Reed stood in the center of the living room, taking in the chaos. He turned to me, his face unreadable. Linda, we need to talk. I swallowed hard. Is he going to prison? Reed's jaw tightened. With the evidence you gave me, it's more than enough to start. But I didn't like that, but what? He hesitated. Your father has friends in high places. This won't be a clean fight. He's been protecting himself for years. This could get complicated. My fists clenched. Complicated. He confessed to murder. To manipulation. What else do you need? Reed's voice softened. It's not that simple, Linda. He's been covering his tracks for decades. We have to do this by the book. I laughed bitterly. By the book. He's never followed the rules. Why should we? Reed looked at me, a flicker of sympathy in his eyes. Because if we don't, he wins. Claire sat silently on the couch, hugging her knees. Her face was pale, her eyes distant. She hadn't said much since the police arrived. I sat beside her. Claire, we're safe now. She didn't look at me. Are we? Her voice was barely a whisper. I wanted to comfort her. Tell her it was over. But the words caught in my throat. Because I wasn't sure. I found Grandma Evelyn in the kitchen, staring blankly at a cold cup of tea. The gun she'd used was gone, taken by the police. But the weight of what she did still lingered in the air. I sat across from her. Grandma. Why didn't you tell me everything sooner? Her hands trembled as she gripped the cup. I was scared, Linda. More scared than I've ever been. Her eyes met mine, glassy and hollow. Your father, he wasn't always like this. But somewhere along the way something changed. And I was too weak to stop it. I shook my head. Whoa. You weren't weak. You protected me tonight. A bitter smile crossed her lips. It shouldn't have come to this. I should have protected you years ago. Her words hung in the air, heavy and unspoken. But it didn't matter now. The past couldn't be undone. The next morning the news had already broken. My father's name was everywhere. Business tycoon Charles Carter arrested in shocking family scandal. Dark secrets of the Carter family expose. Paparazzi swarmed the house. Cameras flashing behind police tape. Reporters shouted questions I wasn't ready to answer. Linda, is it true your father killed his own brother? Did you know about the illegal dealings? What about the tapes? Are there more? I turned away from the noise. None of them cared about the truth. They only wanted a story. And we were their headlines. Detective Reed returned later that afternoon. His face was tense. His eyes scanning the perimeter of the house. Linda, we need to talk. Privately. He led me to the kitchen, away from the cameras and flashing lights. Your father made a call before we got here. I stiffened. To who? Reed's face darkened. We don't know yet. But whoever it was, they're not going to let this slide. A chill ran down my spine. You think someone's coming after me? He didn't answer. But the silence was loud enough. We'll assign protection. But you need to stay vigilant. This isn't over. It never is, I thought. Later that evening, Claire and I sat in my bedroom, the house finally quiet. But my mind wasn't. My phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number. Opened it. One sentence. You think this ends with him? Attached was a photo of me, taken from across the street. I felt the blood drain from my face. Claire leaned over. Linda, what is it? I slowly turned the screen to her. Her breath caught. Oh my God. My hands shook, but I tightened my grip on the phone. He wasn't working alone. I stood at the window, staring into the darkness. Somewhere out there someone was watching. Waiting. My father may have been the monster I knew. But now I realized. He wasn't the only one. And this wasn't over. Not yet. They say the truth will set you free. But they don't tell you how much it can cost. How once the truth is out, it's no longer yours to control. And now the truth was spreading. Like wildfire. And I wasn't sure if it would save us or burn us alive. The house didn't feel like a home anymore. Felt like a trap. Every shadow seemed to stretch farther, swallowing us whole. Claire paced the living room, her arms crossed tightly. Linda, we need to leave. Now. I shook my head, staring at the cassette tape in my hand. We can't. Not yet. Her eyes widened. What are you talking about? He knows we have the tapes. He knows we're still here. I met her gaze, steady but cold. Exactly. That's why he'll come. And when he does, we end this. Claire's breath quickened. This isn't a game. He's dangerous. I gripped the tape tighter. So are we. The clock on the wall ticked loudly, each second stretching longer than the last. Grandma Evelyn hadn't spoken much since the confrontation. She sat quietly, staring at nothing, lost in the weight of her own regrets. But the silence was broken by a sound. A soft tap-tap-tap at the window. Claire and I froze. Slowly I turned toward the sound. The window was dark. Too dark. Claire's voice trembled. Linda. Someone's out there. I moved cautiously to the window, heart pounding in my chest. I peered into the darkness. Nothing. But then, flash of movement. Figure. Standing perfectly still beneath the trees. Watching. Waiting. Claire, turn off the lights. She rushed to the switches, plunging the house into darkness. Only the soft glow of the candle remained. My breath came in shallow gasps. Who was out there? Was it him? Or someone else sent to finish what he started? The figure didn't move. Didn't flinch. Just watched. I clenched my fists. He's testing us. Seeing if we'll run. Claire's voice cracked. Then let's run. I shook my head slowly. Whoa. If we run, we'll never stop. The figure turned and disappeared into the darkness. But I knew he wasn't gone. Not yet. I grabbed my phone and dialed Detective Marcus Reed. Rang once. No answer. Come on, come on. Voicemail. Detective Reed, it's Linda. Someone is outside the house. I think my father sent them. Please, we need help. Hurry. I hung up, my hands trembling. Claire looked at me, panic rising in her eyes. What if he doesn't come? I swallowed hard. Then we finish this ourselves. The front door creaked. Claire gasped, stepping back. I raised the gun, aiming it steadily. Slow footsteps echoed down the hallway. Closer. Closer. And then, voice, low, mocking. Linda. Let's not make this messy. My father's voice. Cold as ice. You've caused enough trouble already. I didn't move. Didn't breathe. Go away, Dad. His laugh was soft, almost amused. You don't want that. Trust me. The darkness behind the door seemed to stretch toward me. Claire whispered, Linda. We can't fight him. But I knew better. We already are. The door slowly creaked open. But it wasn't my father. It was one of his men. Dressed in black. Expressionless. But dangerous. He took one step forward. and I pulled the trigger. Bang. The sound shattered the silence. He collapsed to the floor. Claire screamed. My hands shook. But I didn't lower the gun. There will be more. My phone buzzed. New message. From an unknown number. This ends tonight. Attached was a photo. The front of the house. Taken just seconds ago. He was here. Watching. Waiting. Claire saw it and gasped. Linda. We're out of time. I nodded slowly. Then let's end this. I moved to the front door, unlocking it slowly. Claire grabbed my arm. What are you doing? I looked at her, my voice steady. Finishing what he started. I stepped outside into the cold night air. The trees swayed in the wind. The shadows shifted. And then I saw him, standing by the tree line, smiling, waiting. My father. Hello, Linda. I raised the gun. It's over. His smile didn't fade. Oh, my sweet girl. This is only the beginning. He took a step forward. But so did I. Not this time. And for the first time he hesitated. 'Cause he knew. I wasn't his little girl anymore. I was his reckoning. They say the darkest hour comes just before the dawn. But I wasn't waiting for the sun to rise. Not this time. Because the darkness standing in front of me wasn't going to disappear with the morning light. This wasn't fear anymore. This was war. And it was time to end it. The cold night air bit at my skin as I stepped onto the porch. The house behind me was dark and silent, the air thick with tension. Claire watched from the doorway, her face pale with fear. But I couldn't let that fear in. Not now. Not when he was standing right there. Charles Carter. My father. Or at least the man who once was. Now he was a monster cloaked in the face of family. He stood at the edge of the trees, the shadows swallowing him whole. But his voice cut through the silence. Put the gun down, Linda. I didn't move. Didn't blink. This ends tonight. He laughed, slow and deliberate. You think you've won. I tightened my grip on the gun. I'm not here to win. I'm here to survive. He took a step forward, his figure emerging from the shadows. No more mask. No more charming smiles. Just the raw, unfiltered man beneath it all. You don't have it in you, he said, tilting his head. You're still that scared little girl who used to cry when she got a scrape. I shook my head slowly. Whoa. You made sure she died a long time ago. His smirk faltered. Just for a second. But it was enough. I raised the gun higher. Don't test me. He lifted his hands, feigning surrender, but his eyes gleamed with malice. Linda, think about what you're doing. You shoot me and what then? The police won't believe you. The media will tear you apart. And that friend of yours. He glanced at the house. Claire won't survive this. I can promise you that. Rage boiled in my veins. Don't you dare talk about her. His smirk returned. You see, you're just like me. But he was wrong. So wrong. I wasn't like him. And I would prove it. You built this house of lies, Dad. And now it's burning down. His eyes narrowed. You're not walking away from this. Neither was he. But that was the point. I don't need to. I slowly pulled out my phone with my free hand. His eyes darted to it. What are you doing? Press play. His own voice filled the cold night air. Tape. The confession. Every threat. Every manipulation. Every lie. Echoing back at him. His face paled. No. It's over. Everyone knows. You can't bury this. His calm facade shattered. You think this will stop me? His hand darted into his coat. I didn't wait. Bang. The gunshot split the air. He stumbled, clutching his shoulder. But he didn't fall. Not yet. His eyes burned with hatred. You, ungrateful little. Bang. Another shot. He dropped to his knees, gasping. Blood seeped through his shirt, dark and heavy. But I didn't lower the gun. Not yet. Look at me. His breathing was ragged. But his head slowly lifted. I want you to remember this. The day your lies caught up with you. His mouth moved, but no words came. He was done. Finished. I slowly stepped back. Claire rushed to my side, her eyes wide with shock. Linda. But I didn't look away. Not yet. It's over. In the distance, sirens howled. Red and blue lights cut through the trees, flashing across the night. Detective Marcus Reed was the first to emerge, gun drawn. His eyes landed on my father, bleeding on the ground. Then on me. Gun still raised. He moved cautiously. Linda. It's over. Lower the weapon. Slowly, I let the gun drop to my side. Reed's men swarmed in, securing the scene. Charles didn't fight. He couldn't. His reign was over. The cold air felt different now. Lighter. But heavier all the same. Claire squeezed my arm gently. It's really over, isn't it? I nodded slowly. But deep down I knew the truth. The war was won. But the scars would never fade. As the police took him away, I watched the man who destroyed everything I knew. And for a moment I almost felt sorry for him. But that feeling passed. Because he wasn't a father. Not to me. Not anymore. Goodbye, Dad. Later, as dawn broke over the horizon, Claire and I stood on the porch, watching the first light spill over the trees. Grandma sat quietly behind us, a soft blanket draped over her shoulders. The house was still, but peaceful. For the first time in years. I closed my eyes and let the warmth of the sun wash over me. We were free. But the story wasn't over. It was just the beginning of something new. A life rebuilt from the ashes. They say the truth is a double-edged sword. Can set you free. Or it can cut you so deep you'll never heal. I thought exposing my father would be the end. But it was only the beginning. The lies weren't over. The danger wasn't gone. And the family I was trying to save. It was already breaking beyond repair. The sun was rising, but it didn't feel like a new day. The house was suffocatingly quiet. The kind of silence that wasn't peaceful, but hollow, broken. I sat at the kitchen table, staring at the old cassette tape in my hands. Charles's voice still echoed in my mind. His threats, his manipulation. But the worst part was knowing he wasn't done. Claire shuffled into the kitchen, dark circles under her eyes. Her blonde hair was tangled and her face was pale. She looked as exhausted as I felt. "Did you sleep at all?" she asked softly. I shook my head. "No." She sat across from me, glancing at the tape. "So, what now?" I didn't have an answer. Because for the first time I wasn't sure. Grandma Evelyn slowly entered the room, moving as if each step carried the weight of decades. Her frail hands gripped the edge of the table. Her eyes, sunken and tired, locked onto the tape. "Is that all he left behind?" she whispered. I hesitated. "There's more. Hidden in the basement. Tapes. Documents. Names." She closed her eyes briefly, a pained expression crossing her face. Richard tried to stop him. But Charles was always 3 steps ahead. Her voice cracked. And I was too much of a coward to stop him. I reached for her hand, but she pulled away. "You're not a coward, Grandma. You survived him." But she shook her head. "Surviving isn't the same as fighting." Her words hung in the air, heavier than the silence. A sudden knock shattered the stillness. Claire and I froze. 3 slow, deliberate knocks. Not the police. Not a neighbor. Someone who wanted to be heard. Claire's voice trembled. "Linda. Do we answer it?" I stood slowly, gripping the gun hidden beneath the table. "Stay here." I approached the door cautiously, heart pounding in my chest. Peeking through the peephole, I saw a man standing alone. Wearing a dark suit. Expressionless. Not Charles. But I recognized the look. Danger in a tailored suit. I unlocked the door but didn't open it fully. "Who are you?" His face remained neutral. "Miss Carter, I'm here on behalf of your father." I gripped the gun tighter. "He's in custody. You shouldn't be here." A thin smile touched his lips. "You misunderstand. Charles Carter is very much in control of this situation. I suggest you let me in." I didn't move. Or what? His eyes darkened. Or we burn everything you love to the ground. I slammed the door shut and locked it. Claire rushed to my side. Who was it? I backed away from the door, breathing hard. Someone working for him. He's still pulling strings from inside a cell. Claire's face paled. What do we do? I looked around the house, suddenly feeling the walls closing in. We run. Grandma's voice, soft but firm, broke through. No. We both turned to her. She gripped the back of a chair for support. Running won't stop him. It never has. You need to fight. Her frail voice shook, but her eyes burned with conviction. End this, Linda. Before it ends you. I knew she was right. Running wasn't an option anymore. But I wasn't sure how to fight a man like my father. A man who still held power, even from behind bars. Claire spoke up. Linda. What about Detective Reed? Can't he help? I grabbed my phone and dialed. Straight to voicemail. Again. And again. Why isn't he answering? Claire whispered. A sinking feeling spread through me. Because my father got to him too. The house no longer felt safe. Not even for a moment. I moved quickly, gathering the evidence. The tapes, the USB drive, the letters. Claire followed me closely. Where are we going to go? Pause. I didn't know. But anywhere was safer than here. We need to get this to someone who can't be bought. Who? My mind raced. Was there anyone left? Then it hit me. Richard's old colleague. Elliot Marks. A retired journalist. The only one Richard ever trusted outside the family. If anyone can take this public, it's him. Claire nodded. Then let's go. As I opened the back door, the cold air hit me like a wall. But before we could step out, another figure emerged from the shadows. Not my father. Not his messenger. But someone else. Holding something in his hand. Lighter. And a gasoline canister. His eyes met mine. And he smiled. Your father says goodbye. Without thinking, I slammed the door shut. The smell of gasoline seeped through the cracks. Claire screamed. He's going to burn the house down. I grabbed Grandma's hand. We have to go. Now. The fire started quickly. The flames licked the edges of the house, smoke curling into the sky. But as we fled into the cold night, one thing was clear. This wasn't just about survival anymore. It was about ending this war. Once and for all. They say fire purifies. But this wasn't purification. This was destruction. Deliberate. Calculated. My father's reach didn't stop at manipulation or threats. Now it was fire. And if we didn't escape, it would consume us. The flames spread faster than I could have imagined. The sharp scent of gasoline stung my nose. The walls crackled as the fire crept along the wooden beams. Smoke filled the air, thick and suffocating. Claire coughed violently beside me, clutching Grandma's frail hand. Linda. We have to get out now. I grabbed the bag of evidence, the tapes, the USB drive, the letters, and slung it over my shoulder. The weight of the truth pressed heavily against my back. The back door is blocked. We need another way out. Grandma's voice, weak but clear, cut through the chaos. The basement. There's an old storm door. I turned to her, startled. The basement. She nodded slowly, coughing through the smoke. Richard used it. In case of emergencies. This was an emergency. Without wasting another second, I led them toward the basement door. Smoke curled through the cracks, creeping downward like a living thing. Each step down the creaking wooden stairs groaned under our hurried footsteps. The air was colder here but still choked with smoke. The walls felt like they were closing in. I scanned the dimly lit room. In the far corner, half hidden by old furniture, was the storm door. Metal. Rusted. But still intact. Claire, help me. We shoved aside the clutter, revealing the heavy latch. I yanked it hard. It didn't budge. It stuck. Claire grabbed the latch too. Together we pulled with every ounce of strength. Clang. Creaked open, cold air rushing in. A sharp contrast to the suffocating heat above. Freedom. The three of us stumbled out into the backyard. The sky above was clouded with thick, black smoke. Flames licked the roof of the house, illuminating the night in an ominous glow. But we didn't have time to stare. "Keep moving," I urged. We hurried toward the tree line, the cool air biting against our skin. I glanced back once. The house, the place where every memory lived, was collapsing. But I felt no sadness, only cold, hard resolve. If he thought fire would erase the truth, he was wrong. We kept moving, cutting through the trees, the branches clawing at our clothes. Claire's breathing was shallow, Grandma stumbled, but we didn't stop. We couldn't. "Where are we going?" Claire asked between gasps. "To Elliot Marks," I said firmly. "Richard's old contact." "Yes. If we give him this evidence, he can take it public." Claire hesitated. "And if your father finds us before then?" I didn't answer. Because I didn't have an answer. A sudden crack echoed behind us. A snapping twig. We froze. Slowly I turned. The dark forest seemed still. But I knew better. Claire's voice was a whisper. "Linda, we're being followed." Course we were. He wasn't done yet. I motioned for them to move quietly, faster. But every rustling leaf, every shifting shadow made my skin crawl. We weren't alone. Then a voice. Low. Menacing. "You can't run forever, Linda." It wasn't my father. But it didn't need to be. His voice echoed through his puppets. A dark figure emerged between the trees. Not one. Three. Men in dark clothing moving with purpose. Hunters. Sent to finish what the fire couldn't. "Run." We sprinted. Branches tore at my arms. Leaves crunched beneath our feet. But they were faster. Getting closer. Up ahead through the dense trees I spotted something. An old shed. Barely standing, covered in ivy. But it was shelter. I yanked open the door, pushing Claire and Grandma inside. I followed, slamming the door shut. The darkness swallowed us. "Be quiet." We pressed against the walls, hearts pounding in our chests. Footsteps crunched outside. Low. Deliberate. Then silence. "Come out, Linda. You'll only make this worse." I gripped the gun tighter. No more running. Not now. Claire's breath was shaky. "Linda, we can't stay here. They'll find us." I knew she was right. But hiding wasn't going to save us. "I need you to get Grandma to Elliot." Claire's eyes widened. "What about you?" I met her gaze, steady and cold. "I'm going to finish this." I cracked open the shed door. Moonlight cut through the trees. The shadows moved in the distance. I took a deep breath. And I ran. Branches whipped past me as I sprinted in the opposite direction, drawing them away. Farther from Claire. Farther from Grandma. But closer to the danger. Because the only way this ends is if I end it. They say when you corner a beast, it fights harder. But what they don't tell you is that sometimes the prey stops running. Sometimes the prey fights back. I wasn't running anymore. Not from him. Not from anyone. The cold air clawed at my skin as I ran deeper into the forest. Branches tore at my arms, scraping my skin, but I didn't stop. I needed to draw them away from Claire and Grandma. Every breath was sharp, burning in my chest. But I wasn't slowing down. Not yet. Somewhere behind me, footsteps pounded the ground. Closer. Faster. "Linda." A voice shouted in the distance. Not my father's. But one of his men. One of many. I veered off the path, slipping through the underbrush, every step crunching over dry leaves. I needed higher ground. Somewhere to see them coming. Somewhere to end this. Through the trees I spotted it. An old, abandoned hunting cabin. Its wooden walls sagged with age. The roof partially caved in. But it would do. I slipped inside, pulling the creaking door shut behind me. Dust and decay filled the air. But it was quiet. My eyes scanned the dark corners. An old fireplace, half-collapsed furniture, and shattered glass littered the floor. Perfect. I crouched behind a broken table, gun in hand. And I waited. Minutes stretched on like hours. Then the sound of footsteps. Low. Deliberate. Two figures. Their outlines blurred by the trees. Dressed in dark clothes, moving cautiously. They knew I was here. But they didn't know where. Fan out, one of them ordered. Their voices were cold, emotionless. Professional. I tightened my grip on the gun. One step closer and I'd pull the trigger. But I needed them closer. Closer. My eyes darted to the broken glass on the floor. An idea flickered. I picked up a small shard and tossed it toward the far corner. It clattered against the wall. Both men jerked toward the sound. There. One moved quickly toward the noise. The other hesitated. I stayed still. Breathing shallow. Waiting. The second man crept closer to my hiding spot. Step by step. Closer. I lunged from behind the table. Bang. The gunshot echoed, deafening in the small space. The man dropped instantly. The second one spun around, raising his weapon. Bang. Too slow. Silence. Just the sound of my own ragged breathing. I lowered the gun, hands trembling. But I couldn't stop now. But then a slow clap echoed from the doorway. Blap, blap, blap. My blood ran cold. A figure stood in the doorway. Not my father. Close. A man in a dark coat, face half hidden in the shadows. His smile was thin. Well done, Linda. His voice was calm, too calm. I can see why Charles is so interested in you. I aimed the gun at him. Who are you? He chuckled softly. Just a messenger. But unlike the others, I came to offer you something. I didn't lower the gun. I'm not interested. He tilted his head. Oh, but you will be. He reached into his coat slowly. Careful, I warned. But he didn't pull out a weapon. Instead, a small photo. He tossed it toward me. It fluttered to the ground. I hesitated, then picked it up. It was a picture of Claire and Grandma, taken just minutes ago. From behind, watching them. My breath caught. What is this? The man smiled wider. A reminder. You think killing a few men changes anything. Charles has more. And they're already closer than you think. I felt my grip on the gun tighten. You're bluffing. He stepped forward slowly. Am I? Or did you just leave them alone to die? I wanted to pull the trigger. Wanted to end him right there. But what if he was right? What if Claire and Grandma were already in danger? I couldn't take that risk. What do you want? I asked through clenched teeth. His smile faded. Give up. Walk away. Let this die here. And they live. I stared at him. At the gun in my hand. At the blood on the floor. And I knew. This wasn't a choice. I raised the gun, aiming directly at his head. Tell my father I'm coming for him. His smile flickered. So be it. And just like that, he turned and vanished into the trees. I didn't follow. I didn't need to. Because I had made my choice. I wasn't running anymore. I was going to end this. I sprinted back through the woods, branches tearing at me. Every second felt heavier. I had to get to Claire and Grandma, before it was too late, before he made good on his threat. But as the wind howled through the trees, a single thought pounded in my mind. This doesn't end until he's dead. They say when you face the monster you have to become one. But I wasn't interested in becoming him. I was interested in ending him. And now the clock was ticking. Every second felt like a lifetime. Because the people I loved were in danger. And I wasn't there to stop it. Branches whipped at my face as I tore through the woods. The cold air burned my lungs, but I didn't slow down. Couldn't. My mind was racing faster than my feet. Claire and Grandma alone. And he was watching them. I pushed harder, the trees blurring past me. Each step echoed with fear and guilt. I had left them vulnerable. Hold on. Please just hold on. The trees broke, revealing the old shed where I'd left them. But something was wrong. The door was wide open, swinging slightly in the breeze. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I rushed forward, gun raised. Claire. Grandma. Silence. The air was too still. I crept inside, scanning the shadows. The place was empty, abandoned, but there was something on the ground. Scarf. Grandma's scarf. I knelt, fingers trembling as I picked it up. It was damp, but not with blood. With gasoline. My stomach dropped. No. I spun around, scanning the trees. And then I saw it. A thin trail of smoke rising in the distance. Not far. Too close. Ran. Branches clawed at my skin, the cold air slicing my throat. But I didn't stop. I couldn't. The smoke grew thicker, blacker. It wasn't a house. It wasn't a building. It was a car. Blair's car. Engulfed in flames. I stumbled to a halt, heart pounding in my chest. The fire roared, swallowing the car whole. But it wasn't the fire that made my blood run cold. It was what was painted on the hood. In thick black letters. Stop digging. I staggered back, my breath ragged. Then, voice. Behind me. Looking for something. I turned slowly, gun raised. A man stood there, calm and collected. Not my father. But his puppet. His messenger. He smiled. And held up something in his hand. Grandma's locket. You're too late. Before I could react, something hit me hard from behind. I collapsed to the ground, the gun slipping from my grasp. Dirt filled my mouth as I gasped for breath. Heavy boots stepped into my line of sight. Another man. Larger. Silent. The first man crouched beside me, twirling the locket between his fingers. You should have walked away, Linda. Now it's too late for all of you. I glared at him. Where are they? He chuckled. Somewhere safe. For now. He leaned in closer. But keep pushing and they won't stay safe for long. My fists clenched in the dirt. You're making a mistake. He smirked. No, Linda. You did. He stood up. Let's go. And just like that, they turned and disappeared into the woods, leaving me alone, helpless, or so they thought. I pushed myself up, wiping the blood from my mouth. They didn't kill me. That was their mistake. 'Cause now it was war. I retrieved my gun, dusting it off. Every bone in my body ached. But I didn't care. I followed the trail they left behind. Boot prints in the dirt. Broken branches. They thought I was broken. But they were wrong. I'm coming for you. The trail led me to an old barn deep in the woods. Isolated. Quiet. Too quiet. I crept closer, heart pounding in my chest. Through a crack in the wood I saw them. Blair. Grandma. Tied to chairs. Blindfolded. And him. The man with the locket, pacing in front of them. Visual. Like he wasn't holding their lives in his hands. We wait for Charles's call, he said. Then we finish this. I scanned the barn. One entrance. One window. 2 men inside. One outside standing guard. I had one gun. Limited bullets. But I had something they didn't. Desperation. I circled around the barn, staying low. Low. Silent. The guard stood near the door, smoking a cigarette. Too relaxed. Too confident. I crept up behind him. One swift move. Clack. He crumpled. No sound. I took his gun. Now I had 2. I moved to the window. The 2 men inside were still unaware. Still waiting. I raised the gun. Took a deep breath. And fired. Bang. One down. The second man dove for cover. But it was too late. I kicked the door open, gun raised. Drop it. He froze, eyes wide. But he didn't drop his gun. He raised it. Bang. Too slow. I fell. I rushed to Claire and Grandma, pulling off their blindfolds. Claire sobbed, clinging to me. Linda. It's okay. I've got you. Grandma's frail hand gripped mine. Tears filled her eyes. I thought we were done. I shook my head. Not yet. But we're close. Claire's voice trembled. What now? I stood up, loading the gun. My voice was steady. Now we finish this. They say the past is a place you can't escape. But they're wrong. You don't escape it. You burn it to the ground. And from the ashes you rebuild. I wasn't running anymore. I wasn't hiding. It was time to confront the past. And end it. The cold night air bit at my skin as we moved swiftly through the trees. Claire clung to Grandma, helping her walk, while I led the way with a gun gripped tightly in my hands. Every step echoed with purpose. The weight of the evidence slung over my shoulder reminded me what was at stake. This wasn't just about us anymore. It was about the truth. Exposing it. Ending him. "We can't keep running," Claire whispered behind me, her breath visible in the cold air. I didn't look back. "We're not. We're finishing this." Through the thinning trees, the old Carter estate came into view. Once grand, now abandoned and decaying. It stood like a monument to my father's lies. Tall, dark, and rotting from the inside out. "We're going back there." Claire's voice trembled. He nodded. "It's where it all started. And where it ends." The estate wasn't just a house. It was a vault of secrets. And somewhere inside my father was waiting. Or hiding. The front doors creaked open under my push. Dust swirled in the air, catching the faint moonlight. The smell of decay and old wood filled my lungs. The silence was suffocating. But I wasn't afraid. "Not anymore. Stay close. And stay quiet," I whispered. Claire tightened her grip on Grandma's hand. Every step we took echoed through the hollow halls. The portraits on the walls seemed to watch us. Faded eyes of a family long gone. Or destroyed. Voice. Low. Mocking. "I was wondering when you'd come home." My heart froze. But I didn't let it show. I raised the gun, scanning the shadows. "Show yourself." A slow chuckle echoed from the darkness. "Is that any way to greet your father?" From the top of the staircase, Charles Carter emerged. Dressed in a dark suit. Immaculate despite the chaos. His face was calm. But his eyes burned with cold fury. "Put the gun down, Linda. You're not a killer." I didn't move. "You don't know me anymore." He descended the stairs slowly, hands clasped behind his back. "Let's talk. No more violence. You have the tapes. Evidence. Let's negotiate." I tightened my grip. "Negotiate? You tried to kill us." His smirk didn't fade. "I tried to protect this family. You think airing our dirty laundry will fix anything? The world doesn't care about the truth, Linda. They care about power." Claire stepped forward, trembling. "You ruined everything. You destroyed us." Charles tilted his head. "Oh, I built this family. I made us strong. And now you're tearing it apart." His eyes locked onto mine. "Give me the evidence. Walk away. And I promise I'll let you live." I let out a cold laugh. "You still think you're in control?" I pulled the USB drive from my pocket, holding it up. "This is already backed up. Sent to people you can't reach." His face darkened. For the first time I saw fear flicker behind his eyes. "You wouldn't dare." Smiled. "Watch me." Then the sound of tires on gravel. Flashing red and blue lights. Police cars. Multiple. Charles turned sharply toward the window. "What did you do?" I stepped forward, gun still raised. "Detective Reed sends his regards." Charles's face twisted in fury. "You think they can stop me?" The front doors burst open. Officers flooded in, guns drawn. "Charles Carter. You're under arrest." He didn't move. Didn't blink. Then slowly he raised his hands. But his smirk returned. "You have no idea what you've started." As they cuffed him, the walls of the estate seemed to groan. Like the house itself was collapsing under the weight of its secrets. Claire clung to Grandma, tears of relief in her eyes. I watched as they dragged him away. But his words echoed in my mind. "This isn't over." Outside, Detective Marcus Reed approached. His face was tense but relieved. "We got him. Thanks to you." I nodded slowly. But I didn't feel victorious. "He won't stop. Even from prison." Reed's expression darkened. "Then we'll be ready." As the sun began to rise, casting golden light over the ruined estate, I knew this chapter was over. But the story wasn't. There would always be shadows. Always be monsters. But I wasn't afraid anymore. I was ready. "Let's go home," I whispered. They say when the monster is gone, the nightmares should stop. But they don't. Because monsters leave behind shadows. And shadows have a way of crawling back when you least expect them. Even with my father in handcuffs, his grip on us hadn't loosened. Not yet. The flashing red and blue lights of the police cars slowly faded into the distance. The estate loomed behind us, now lifeless and still. Claire leaned against one of the patrol cars, her arms wrapped tightly around Grandma. Detective Marcus Reed stood beside me, his eyes following the convoy carrying Charles away. "It's over, Linda." But I didn't respond. Because it wasn't. Not really. The cold air bit at my skin, but the chill came from somewhere deeper. "What happens now?" finally asked. Reed sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. "We have enough evidence to bury him. The tapes, the documents. It's more than enough." I nodded slowly. But something didn't feel right. "And his people?" Reed's expression darkened. "We'll find them. Without him pulling the strings, they'll scatter." I wanted to believe him. But monsters don't scatter. They regroup. Later that night, we were back at the small safe house Detective Reed had arranged. It wasn't much. A cold, dimly lit cabin on the outskirts of town. But it was quiet. And for now that was enough. Claire sat on the couch, staring blankly at the wall. Grandma sipped tea with trembling hands. I stood by the window, staring into the darkness beyond the trees. Watching. Waiting. The silence wasn't comforting. It was suffocating. Then the phone rang. Shrill and sharp, cutting through the silence. We all froze. Claire's eyes widened. "Linda, don't answer it." But I already knew who it was. I picked it up, pressing it slowly to my ear. "Hello." Silence. Then a slow, deliberate breath. Not my father. But familiar. "You think this is over?" My grip tightened. "Who is this?" Soft chuckle. "Your father had friends, Linda. Friends who don't forgive. He's done. You're all done." But the voice didn't falter. "Charles was just the beginning. You've made powerful enemies. And they don't forget." The line went dead. My hand shook as I slowly set the phone down. Claire was already on her feet. "Who was it?" I stared at the phone, my mind racing. "Someone who's not finished with us." Grandma's cup clattered in her saucer. "Linda, what does that mean?" I didn't have an answer. But the weight in my chest told me everything I needed to know. "It means we're still in danger." Moments later there was a knock at the door. Sharp, deliberate knock. I grabbed the gun from the table, motioning for Claire to stay back. I opened the door slowly. Detective Reed stood there, his expression grave. "We have a problem." My stomach twisted. "What now?" He stepped inside, lowering his voice. "Charles isn't talking. But we intercepted a message. His people are moving. Tonight." Claire's breath caught. "Moving where?" Reed hesitated. "Here." Panic threatened to rise in my chest, but I forced it down. "How many?" Reed shook his head. "We don't know. But we need to move. Now." I glanced at Claire and Grandma. They were exhausted, barely holding on. But there was no time to rest. "Let's go." Reed led us to the car, scanning the dark woods. But the night felt thicker now, like it was closing in on us. The car sped down the empty road, headlights cutting through the dark. But every shadow felt alive. Every movement in the trees felt like eyes watching us. Reed's hands tightened on the wheel. "We need to lay low until we can secure everyone." I stared out the window. But something in me snapped. "Whoa, I'm done hiding." Reed glanced at me. "Linda, we have everything we need. The evidence, the story. Let's put it out there. Expose all of it." Claire leaned forward. "But it's dangerous. So is waiting for them to kill us." Reed was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded. "All right. Let's finish this." Hours later, we sat in a small, cramped radio station Reed had secured. Outdated equipment. Dusty microphones. But it worked. The files, the tapes, the documents. All of it was broadcasted across the airwaves. The truth was no longer a secret. And once it was out, there was no going back. Afterward, we sat in silence, waiting for what we didn't know. The phone was silent. The woods were still. But I knew it wasn't over. Not yet. Claire's voice broke the silence. Do you think they'll stop? I stared into the dark. Oh. But now they'll have to crawl out of the shadows to find us. And that's when we'd strike. They say when you expose the truth, the battle is over. But that's a lie. The truth doesn't end the war. Just shows you who your real enemies are. And now they were coming. Because the shadows I had dragged into the light were darker than I ever imagined. And they were ready to fight back. The radio station was quiet now. Too quiet. The air was thick, like it was holding its breath, waiting. The broadcast was done. The tapes, the documents, all of it was out there. The world knew the truth about Charles Carter. But the silence that followed wasn't relief. It was dread. Detective Marcus Reed stood near the window, peering out into the darkness. Claire sat hunched in a chair, staring blankly at the floor. Grandma Evelyn leaned back, her eyes closed, too tired to speak. No. I sat gripping the gun in my lap, waiting. It's too quiet, Reed muttered. I didn't respond. 'Cause I felt it too. This wasn't over. Not yet. The distant hum of an engine broke the stillness. Growing louder. Closer. Reed straightened, hand moving to his gun. They're here. Claire's head snapped up. Linda. Stay behind me. Headlights cut through the dark. A single black SUV. It crawled toward the station, slow and deliberate. Like it wasn't in a hurry. Like it was in control. Reed tightened his grip on his weapon. One car. They're testing us. I nodded slowly. Then let's show them what happens when you push. The SUV rolled to a stop. Two men stepped out. Dressed in dark suits. Moving with unsettling calm. No hesitation. No fear. One of them reached into his coat. Not for a gun. But for a cell phone. He lifted it to his ear. Our phone inside the station rang. Echoing through the cold, silent room. Reed stared at it. Don't answer it. But I was already moving. Picked up the receiver. Linda. Not a question. A statement. This doesn't have to end badly. I tightened my grip on the phone. That's where you're wrong. Silence. Burn it. The line went dead. Outside. The second man casually pulled a gasoline canister from the back of the SUV. He began pouring it in a slow, deliberate trail toward the building. Claire gasped. They're going to burn us alive. Reed cursed under his breath. We can't stay here. Flames flickered in the dark as the gasoline ignited. The fire snaked toward us. Low. Hungry. Move. Reed led the way, kicking open the back door. The cold air hit us like a wall. We bolted into the night. The radio station erupted in flames behind us. But I didn't look back. The forest swallowed us whole. The shadows closed in, thicker than before. But we couldn't stop. Not now. Reed led us through the trees, moving fast but careful. We need to get to the car. But I shook my head. They'll expect that. We need to disappear. Reed hesitated. And go where? I stared into the dark. Somewhere they can't follow. Grandma's voice, soft but steady, broke the silence. There's a place. We all turned to her. Richard used to speak of it. Cabin. Deep in the woods. Off the grid. Reed frowned. That's risky. If they find us out there, we're trapped. I looked at him. We're already trapped. He hesitated. Then nodded. Lead the way. The flames from the station cast an eerie glow behind us. But it wasn't the fire that haunted me. It was the quiet. They weren't chasing us. Not yet. Because they didn't need to. They thought they had already won. But they were wrong. They're playing a game, I muttered. Reed glanced at me. What game? One where they think they're in control. But they weren't. Not anymore. The trees opened into a small clearing. And there it was. Cabin. Well, crumbling, but still standing. We approached cautiously. The door creaked open under my hand. Dust and cold air greeted us. But it was safe. For now. We stepped inside, barring the door behind us. Claire sank to the floor, exhausted. Grandma leaned against the wall, eyes closed. Reed stood guard at the window. I stared into the dark, waiting, because they would come. And when they did, we would be ready. The wind howled through the trees, rattling the cabin walls. But inside it was quiet. Too quiet. I sat by the fire, the gun in my lap, staring at the flames. Not for warmth, but for focus. Linda, Claire's voice was soft. What if they find us? I didn't look up. Then we fight. Because this wasn't survival anymore. This was war. And I wasn't backing down. Not now. Not ever. They say when the truth is out, the worst is over. But the truth doesn't end battles. Starts wars. And now we were in the middle of one. My father was behind bars, but his shadow was still looming over us. And in the cold silence of the cabin, I realized something terrifying. We were never safe. The wind howled through the cracks in the walls of the abandoned cabin. The wooden beams creaked under the weight of the cold. But it wasn't the cold that unsettled me. It was the quiet. Too quiet. I sat by the window, gripping the revolver, staring into the darkness beyond the trees. The forest was still, but it felt like it was watching. Every rustle of the wind against the trees made my grip on the gun tighten. Claire sat by the dying fire, arms wrapped around herself, her face pale with exhaustion. Grandma Evelyn sat silently in a rocking chair, her eyes distant, lost in memories that I knew still haunted her. Detective Reed was by the door, checking his weapon, eyes sharp and alert. But even he seemed unsettled. The air was too heavy, like something was coming. We can't stay here forever. Claire's voice was barely above a whisper. I didn't turn to look at her. We won't have to. Detective Reed broke the silence, his voice low. Charles's arrest should have scared them off. But it didn't. Which means they're following orders. I nodded slowly. Someone else is in control now. Reed looked at me, his jaw clenched. We need to figure out who. I leaned back, staring at the flickering fire. My father's network is bigger than we thought. And it's not just about the family anymore. Reed sighed, pacing slowly. If they're still coming, it means they're protecting something. Or someone. Claire's eyes flicked to me. What if it's more than just secrets? What if they're hiding something worse? The room fell into a heavy silence. Because deep down we all knew she was right. Then the silence shattered. A faint metallic clink echoed outside. Like metal tapping against glass. Reed was already moving, gun raised. Stay here. But I was on my feet, gripping my revolver. Whoa. We're not splitting up. We moved toward the window cautiously. Outside, the moonlight barely illuminated the ground. But something caught my eye. A glint of metal, near the base of a tree. Reed signaled for me to stay back, but I shook my head. We stepped outside into the freezing air. The forest was still. But the tension was suffocating. As we approached the object, my stomach turned. It was a small metal box. Rusty. But clean enough to know it hadn't been there long. Reed knelt beside it, inspecting it carefully. It's a message. He slowly opened the lid. Inside was a single cassette tape and a note. In bold red letters it read, "You think he was the only one." My blood ran cold. Reed's face darkened. They're taunting us. But I wasn't scared. I was angry. Let's hear it. Back inside the cabin, Reed dug through the drawers until he found an old cassette player. He slid the tape in and pressed play. First there was static, then a voice. Not my father's. A woman's voice. Cold. Controlled. "You were foolish to think this ends with Charles. His reach was only a branch of the tree. And now you've cut it. But the roots. They're deeper than you know. Static. Stop digging, Linda. Or you'll find yourself buried." The tape clicked. Silence. Claire's voice was shaking. Who was that? Reed shook his head. I don't know. But she's in charge now. I stared at the player, my fists clenched. And I'm going to find her. Grandma Evelyn finally spoke, her voice barely audible. Linda. There's something you need to know. I turned to her, my chest tightening. Her hands trembled as she clutched her shawl. Your father wasn't working alone. He had help. From the beginning. I took a slow step forward. Who? Her eyes filled with tears. Family. Extended family. People we trusted. They were all part of it. My knees almost gave out. Oh. No, that can't be true. But deep down I knew it was. Reed stepped closer. We need names. Grandma shook her head slowly. I don't remember all of them. But there was a woman. Someone Charles trusted. More than anyone. Her voice cracked. Her name was Margot. Margot. The woman on the tape. The voice in the shadows. She wasn't just a follower. She was a leader. And now she was coming for us. But I wasn't going to wait for her to strike. We find her. And we end this. Reed nodded. Claire looked at me, fear and determination in her eyes. How? I stared into the flames. By going deeper than we ever have. Because if they wanted to bury me, I was going to drag them into the dirt with me. They say once the truth is out, the darkness fades. But they're wrong. The truth doesn't destroy the darkness. Feeds it. And now, the shadows were deeper than ever. Charles was just one branch. But Margot, she was the roots. And I was going to rip her out. No matter what it took. The dim light of dawn barely broke through the dense forest. The cold air was sharp, biting at my skin, but I barely noticed. Inside the cabin the silence was heavy. But it wasn't the calm kind. It was the kind that feels like standing on the edge of a cliff. One step and everything would collapse. Detective Reed sat at the table, flipping through the evidence we had gathered. Claire leaned against the wall, arms crossed, her face pale but determined. Grandma Evelyn sat quietly in the corner, her eyes distant, lost in painful memories. And me. I was staring at the name written on the piece of paper in front of me. Margot Blackwell. We need to find her, I said quietly. Reed didn't look up. You think she'll be easy to find? People like her don't just leave addresses lying around. I shook my head. Oh. But she made a mistake. She sent that tape. And that means she wanted us to know she was out there. Claire's voice was soft but steady. So how do we find her? I looked at Reed. We follow the money. Reed grabbed his phone, typing quickly. I've got contacts in financial crimes. If Margot is funding Charles's network, she's moving money somewhere. I leaned over his shoulder. And if she's hiding, she's paying someone to keep her off the radar. Minutes passed in tense silence. Then Reed's phone buzzed. He glanced at it, his eyes narrowing. Got something. Offshore accounts. Shell companies. But one name keeps popping up. He turned the screen toward me. Blackwell Holdings. Claire frowned. Wait, that's legit. I thought it was just a rumor. Reed shook his head. It's real. And it's been buying up abandoned properties all over the state. My heart pounded. Properties like this one. Reed's face darkened. Exactly like this one. Reed pulled out an old worn map of the county, spreading it across the table. He marked the locations of the properties tied to Blackwell Holdings. Dots scattered across the map like bloodstains. But one cluster stood out. Farther north. In the mountains. Claire leaned in. What's out there? Reed's voice was low. Nothing. Or at least, that's what we're supposed to think. I traced my finger over the cluster. That's where she is. Reed hesitated. Linda, this could be a trap. I met his eyes, steady and cold. Then let's spring it. The drive was long and silent. The dense forest gave way to winding mountain roads. Snow dusted the trees, the cold air seeping into the car. But the chill didn't bother me. My focus was locked on the road ahead. Claire sat in the back, staring out the window, lost in thought. Reed drove in tense silence. Grandma Evelyn sat quietly, clutching the shawl around her shoulders. The road narrowed, leading to a rusted iron gate. Beyond it, a sprawling, decrepit mansion stood against the gray sky. Isolated, cold, silent. "This is it," Reed muttered. I gripped the handle of the door. "Let's finish this." The gate creaked open, and we stepped into the decaying estate. Tall, overgrown hedges lined the cracked stone path. Windows of the mansion were dark, some shattered, others boarded up. But it wasn't abandoned. I could feel it. Someone was here. Watching. Waiting. Reed motioned for us to stay close. We moved cautiously toward the entrance. The door wasn't locked. It swung open with a chilling groan. Inside, the air was heavy with dust and decay. But it wasn't empty. Old portraits lined the walls, their eyes following us. Footsteps echoed faintly above us. Claire's voice trembled. "We're not alone." I raised my gun. "Stay close." As we moved deeper into the mansion, a voice echoed softly through the halls. A recording. The same cold, calculated voice from the tape. "Margot, you were always so predictable, Linda. Always digging, always chasing ghosts. But some ghosts are best left buried." The voice seemed to come from everywhere. Reed's jaw tightened. "She's watching us." I scanned the walls. Hidden cameras blinked faintly in the corners. "Good. Let her watch." Suddenly a faint beep echoed. Reed's eyes widened. "Get down." An explosion rocked the hallway. Debris raining down around us. Smoke filled the air. Claire coughed violently, clutching Grandma. I pulled them behind cover. Through the smoke, figures moved, dressed in dark tactical gear. Guns raised. Not just mercenaries. Professionals. Margot's voice returned, cold and distant. "You should have walked away, Linda. Now you won't walk out." But I wasn't afraid. Not anymore. I raised my gun. "Come and get me." They say when you walk into the lion's den, you either become the hunter or the prey. But what they don't tell you is that sometimes the hunter is already inside, waiting for you. And now, Margot had turned this mansion into her hunting ground. But I wasn't running. Not this time. The air was thick with smoke and dust. The explosion still rang in my ears, a dull, constant hum. I crouched behind the remains of a shattered marble pillar, my revolver clenched tightly in my hands. Claire was huddled beside Grandma Evelyn, both coughing and trying to catch their breath. Detective Reed was across from me, gun raised, scanning the smoke-filled hallway. Footsteps echoed in the distance. Low, deliberate. They were coming. Margot's voice slithered through the hidden speakers in the walls. "I told you, Linda. You should have stayed buried with the rest of your family's secrets." Her words dripped with venom, but I wasn't shaken. "Not anymore. If you want me dead, Margot, come do it yourself." Her cold laughter echoed, but the footsteps didn't stop. 3 shadowy figures emerged through the smoke. Dressed in tactical black gear, faces hidden behind dark masks. Weapons drawn. Professional. Efficient. Margot hadn't sent thugs. She sent killers. Reed motioned to me silently. 3 of them. 4 of us. But 2 of ours couldn't fight. We had to act fast. I whispered to Claire. "Take Grandma and stay behind me. Don't move until I say." She nodded, fear flashing in her eyes but trusting me completely. Reed signaled with 2 fingers, counting down. 3, 2, 1, bang. The first shot ripped through the smoke. Reed dropped the first man before he even had a chance to fire. But the other 2 reacted fast, ducking behind cover and returning fire. Bullets tore through the walls, sending splinters flying. "Oh, move!" I yelled, pulling Claire and Grandma toward a side hallway. We sprinted through the maze of corridors, the gunfire echoing behind us. The mansion was a labyrinth of decaying hallways and forgotten rooms. Margot knew this place. She had the advantage. But I was done playing by her rules. We ducked into a darkened study. Bookshelves lined the walls, and dust coated every surface. I barricaded the door with a fallen bookshelf. Reed caught up, out of breath. We can't stay here. They'll flush us out. I scanned the room. There had to be something, anything we could use. Then I saw it. An old map on the wall. Faded but still legible. It wasn't just of the mansion. It was of the entire estate. And it showed something else. Hidden passage. Here. I pointed to a section behind the study. There's a passage that leads under the mansion. It might get us out. Reed hesitated. Or it's a trap. I met his eyes. We don't have a choice. He nodded grimly. We pushed aside a tall bookcase, revealing a narrow, dark staircase leading downward. The air was cold and damp, the stone walls pressing in. I led the way, gun raised. The others followed closely, footsteps echoing in the cramped tunnel. Margot's voice followed us, seeping through hidden speakers even here. You're running in circles, Linda. There's no escape. Not for you. Not for them. Her words were a venomous lullaby, but I wasn't listening. I was focused on moving forward. The passage opened into a vast underground chamber. Old and forgotten, but not abandoned. Flickering lights cast long shadows across the stone walls. And in the center, a massive board covered in photographs, maps, and documents, connected by red string. Faces, including ours. Claire gasped. She's been watching us, for years. I stepped closer. Pictures of my family. Of Grandma. Of me. Some were recent. Others, decades old. Margot hadn't just been helping my father. She had been orchestrating this from the start. Footsteps echoed behind us. Margot's slow, deliberate steps. And then she appeared. Elegant. Cold. A tall woman in a tailored black coat, her silver hair pulled back tightly. Her eyes were like ice. Dark. Calculating. She clapped slowly. Congratulations, Linda. You found my little secret. I raised my gun, but she didn't flinch. Go ahead. Shoot me. But it won't stop what's coming. Reed stepped forward. Put your hands up. Margot smiled. Oh, detective. Still following orders, I see. But you're too late. She gestured around the room. Everything your father built. I improved. Expanded. You think exposing him was enough? This is bigger than Charles. Bigger than me. I gritted my teeth. Then it ends here. She tilted her head. No, Linda. This is only the beginning. She pressed something in her hand. Small detonator. The walls groaned. Explosives. Freeware. Run along now. If you can. And with that, she vanished into the shadows. The ground shook violently. Dust and stone rained from the ceiling. Claire screamed. Linda. I grabbed her hand. Run. We bolted back into the tunnels, the walls collapsing behind us. The entire mansion was coming down. Margot wanted to bury us alive. But we weren't dying today. Not like this. They say when the walls close in, it's the end. But sometimes the walls falling is only the beginning. Margot didn't just want to kill us. She wanted to erase us. Bury us in the same darkness that had consumed my family for generations. But I wasn't going to be a forgotten name. Not today. The walls groaned, and the ceiling above us cracked. Chunks of stone and dust rained down, filling the air with suffocating debris. The ground shook beneath my feet. Move. Now. I screamed, pulling Claire and Grandma Evelyn toward the narrow tunnel we had come through. Detective Reed led the way, his flashlight cutting through the dense, swirling dust. The air was thick, each breath sharp and dry. The walls around us trembled, threatening to give way at any second. Another explosion tore through the underground chamber, the force nearly knocking us off our feet. The hallway behind us crumbled, sealing the way we had come. Margot had planned this perfectly. She wanted to trap us down here, buried beneath the mansion and its secrets. But I wasn't going to let her win. The whole place is rigged. Reed shouted over the sound of collapsing stone. There has to be another way out. I yelled back, scanning the crumbling walls. The map. The hidden passage. Margot had designed this labyrinth to be a death trap. But every trap has a flaw. And I was going to find it. I spotted a narrow tunnel branching off to the right, partially hidden behind a fallen beam. This way. I pointed, leading them into the dark passage. The walls here were tighter, the ceiling lower. The air was colder, damper. But it was still standing. Now. We stumbled into a small, circular chamber. In the center was a rusted metal ladder leading upward. Above us, a faint draft stirred the stale air. This has to lead out, Reed said, already starting to climb. I turned to Claire and Grandma. Oh. I'll cover you. Claire hesitated. Linda. Go. She nodded, helping Grandma onto the ladder. The old metal groaned under their weight, but it held. Reed reached the top first, pushing against a hatch. It's stuck, he shouted. Force it open. I turned back toward the tunnel. The ground rumbled again. A step. Not the heavy boots of Margot's men, but hers. Low. Deliberate. Margot's cold voice echoed through the collapsing corridor. Running again, Linda. It's in your blood. I raised my gun, aiming into the darkness. Come out and face me. Her laughter was soft but chilling. I don't need to. This place will do the work for me. The walls shuddered. Don't crack. But I stood my ground. You built this prison, Margot. But you're the one who's going to die in it. Bold words for a girl so easily manipulated. Just like your father. I tightened my grip on the gun. I'm not him. Her voice turned colder. Oh. But you will be. You'll see. Linda. Reed's voice broke through the tension. The hatch burst open, daylight flooding the dark shaft. It's open. Let's go. I took a step back, still aiming into the shadows. But Margot didn't follow. She didn't need to. The mansion was coming down. I turned and sprinted to the ladder, climbing as fast as I could. The walls groaned, chunks of stone falling all around me. My hands burned as I pulled myself upward, the cold metal slick with condensation. Come on, Linda. Claire's voice urged from above. I pushed harder. Seconds later, Reed grabbed my arm, yanking me through the hatch. The cold air hit me like a slap. We were outside. Free. We stumbled away from the hatch, collapsing onto the frozen ground. Behind us, the mansion groaned, walls caving in. Windows shattered, and the roof collapsed inward. The ground shook one last time as the entire estate crumbled into itself, disappearing into the earth. Dust and debris filled the air, rising like a cloud over the wreckage. Claire clung to Grandma, sobbing softly. Reed stared in disbelief. And me. I watched the last stone fall, breathing hard. It's over. But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't. Because Margot wasn't dead. Not yet. Reed slowly stood up, brushing dirt off his jacket. She's gone. Buried under all that. But I shook my head. Oh. Margot doesn't die that easily. Claire's voice was barely a whisper. Linda, the whole house, it's gone. I stared at the wreckage, heart pounding. She planned this. Every step of it. And if we survived? Reed's eyes narrowed. So did she. Then, from the wreckage, a faint sound. A ringing phone. Impossible. Reed and I exchanged a look. Slowly, cautiously, we approached the edge of the debris. Half buried in the dirt was a burner phone. Its screen cracked but still lit up. Incoming call. No caller ID. I hesitated. Then I answered. Hello. Silence. Then Margot's cold voice. You escaped, Linda. Impressive. My grip tightened on the phone. Where are you? Soft chuckle. Closer than you think. But this isn't over. It ends when I say it does. No, Linda. It ends when you make the right choice. You'll know soon enough. The line went dead. I slowly lowered the phone, my mind racing. Margot was still alive. Still in control. And this was far from over. Reed's voice cut through my thoughts. What did she say? I met his eyes. She's still out there. And she's not finished. Claire shivered, holding Grandma tightly. What do we do now? I stared at the ruins of the mansion, at the darkness still clinging to the edges of the forest. Now we hunt her. They say when you corner a predator, it becomes desperate. But Margot wasn't desperate. She was patient, calculated. Every move I made, every step I took, she was already 10 steps ahead. But what she didn't know was that I was done playing her game. It was time to flip the board. The morning sun barely pierced through the thick gray clouds hanging over the smoldering ruins of the Blackwell estate. Smoke curled into the sky, blending with the cold air. The ground was still warm beneath our feet, but the silence was colder than ice. Claire stood beside Grandma Evelyn, wrapping a blanket around her frail shoulders. Detective Reed paced nearby, staring at the wreckage, tension radiating off him. I tightened my grip on the burner phone Margot had used to call me. Her last words echoed in my mind. It ends when you make the right choice. But I wasn't waiting for another choice to be handed to me. I was done waiting. We need to move. I finally broke the silence. Reed turned to me, his face hardened. Move where? We don't even know where she is. I held up the burner phone. But she does. Claire frowned. You're not thinking of calling her back. I shook my head. Whoa. But this phone can tell us where she was when she called. Reed's eyes lit up. We track the signal. Exactly. Margot thinks she's untouchable. Let's remind her she's not. Reed pulled out his own phone. I know someone who can trace it, but we need to move fast. She'll know we're on to her. Then let's not give her the time to run. We piled into Reed's black SUV. Tires crunching over debris as we sped away from the estate. The cold wind whipped through the broken windows, but none of us cared. Reed's fingers moved quickly over his phone as he contacted his tech contact. Claire sat in the back, staring out the window, her face pale but focused. Grandma Evelyn was silent, lost in thought. I stared straight ahead, my mind racing. Every second we wasted was a second Margot was getting farther away. Got it, Reed said, breaking the silence. He glanced at me. She's still close. About 20 miles north. An old airstrip. She's trying to leave. Reed nodded. And we're going to make sure she doesn't. The narrow mountain roads led us to an old, forgotten airstrip hidden between towering pines. The once bustling airfield was now a graveyard of rusted hangars and overgrown tarmac. But it wasn't completely abandoned. A sleek, black private jet sat on the runway, engines humming quietly. And at the base of the stairs, Margot Blackwell, dressed in a long dark coat, sunglasses covering her cold eyes, surrounded by 2 men in tactical gear, weapons slung over their shoulders. But she wasn't rushing. She was waiting. For me. We parked behind a line of rusted vehicles for cover. Reed loaded his gun, his eyes locked on the jet. She's got guards. Armed. I checked my revolver, steadying my breath. Not enough to stop us. Claire's hand grabbed my arm. Linda, be careful. I gave her a faint smile. I'm done being careful. Reed and I moved through the wreckage, staying low. Margot watched us approach, her expression unreadable. She didn't flinch. Didn't run. She just waited. I was wondering when you'd catch up, she called out. Her voice was calm, but there was venom underneath. It's over, Margot. I raised my gun. She tilted her head. Over. Oh, Linda, this was never about you. You're just a piece of the puzzle. Her guards raised their weapons. Reed fired first. Bang, bang. Both guards dropped before they could even pull the trigger. Margot didn't move. Didn't blink. She smiled. Good. You're finally learning. Margot slowly raised her hands. So what now? You kill me, and the rest of this network continues. You expose me, and another will rise in my place. I stepped closer, my gun aimed directly at her heart. Not if I burn it all down. Her smirk faded slightly. You're braver than your father. But just as predictable. I glared at her. Where are the rest of them? She laughed softly. You really think it's that simple? You can't cut off the head of a snake when it has 10 more waiting. I tightened my grip on the trigger. Try me. Margot's face darkened. You'll never make it out alive. Neither will you. Suddenly, Reed lit a flare, tossing it toward the fuel line of the jet. The bright red flame ignited instantly. The fuel roared to life, flames racing toward the aircraft. Margot's face finally twisted in shock. No! Boom! The jet exploded in a massive fireball, the shockwave knocking us to the ground. The heat scorched the air, flames consuming everything. Margot stared in disbelief at the burning wreckage. Her escape was gone. It's over, I said again, standing over her. Her eyes blazed with fury. You think this ends with me? You'll never stop it. I leaned in close. Watch me. Reed cuffed her hands behind her back. Let's finish this. As we loaded Margot into the back of Reed's SUV, I glanced back at the burning jet. The sky was black with smoke, but for the first time I could breathe. Claire stood beside me, holding Grandma close. But I knew this wasn't the end. Not yet. Margot's network was still out there. But now they knew we weren't running anymore. We were hunting. This is just the beginning, I whispered to myself. They say when the walls close in, it's the end. But sometimes the walls falling is only the beginning. Margot didn't just want to kill us. She wanted to erase us. Bury us in the same darkness that had consumed my family for generations. But I wasn't going to be a forgotten name. Not today. The walls groaned, and the ceiling above us cracked. Chunks of stone and dust rained down, filling the air with suffocating debris. The ground shook beneath my feet. Move. Now. I screamed, pulling Claire and Grandma Evelyn toward the narrow tunnel we had come through. Detective Reed led the way, his flashlight cutting through the dense, swirling dust. The air was thick, each breath sharp and dry. The walls around us trembled, threatening to give way at any second. Another explosion tore through the underground chamber, the force nearly knocking us off our feet. The hallway behind us crumbled, sealing the way we had come. Margot had planned this perfectly. She wanted to trap us down here, buried beneath the mansion and its secrets. But I wasn't going to let her win. The whole place is rigged. Reed shouted over the sound of collapsing stone. There has to be another way out. I yelled back, scanning the crumbling walls. Map. The hidden passage. Margot had designed this labyrinth to be a death trap. But every trap has a flaw, and I was going to find it. I spotted a narrow tunnel branching off to the right, partially hidden behind a fallen beam. This way. I pointed, leading them into the dark passage. The walls here were tighter, the ceiling lower. The air was colder, damper. But it was still standing. Now. We stumbled into a small, circular chamber. In the center was a rusted metal ladder leading upward. Above us, a faint draft stirred the stale air. This has to lead out, Reed said, already starting to climb. I turned to Claire and Grandma. Oh. I'll cover you. Claire hesitated. Linda. Go. She nodded, helping Grandma onto the ladder. The old metal groaned under their weight, but it held. Reed reached the top first, pushing against the hatch. It's stuck, he shouted. Force it open. I turned back toward the tunnel. The ground rumbled again. A step. Not the heavy boots of Margot's men, but hers. Low. Deliberate. Margot's cold voice echoed through the collapsing corridor. Running again, Linda. It's in your blood. I raised my gun, aiming into the darkness. Come out and face me. Her laughter was soft but chilling. I don't need to. This place will do the work for me. The walls shuddered. Don't crack. But I stood my ground. You built this prison, Margot. But you're the one who's going to die in it. Bold words for a girl so easily manipulated. Just like your father. I tightened my grip on the gun. I'm not him. Her voice turned colder. Oh, but you will be. You'll see. Linda. Reed's voice broke through the tension. The hatch burst open, daylight flooding the dark shaft. It's open. Let's go. I took a step back, still aiming into the shadows. But Margot didn't follow. She didn't need to. The mansion was coming down. I turned and sprinted to the ladder, climbing as fast as I could. The walls groaned, chunks of stone falling all around me. My hands burned as I pulled myself upward, the cold metal slick with condensation. "Come on, Linda," Claire's voice urged from above. I pushed harder. Seconds later, Reed grabbed my arm, yanking me through the hatch. The cold air hit me like a slap. We were outside. Free. We stumbled away from the hatch, collapsing onto the frozen ground. Behind us, the mansion groaned, walls caving in. Windows shattered, and the roof collapsed inward. The ground shook one last time as the entire estate crumbled into itself, disappearing into the earth. Dust and debris filled the air, rising like a cloud over the wreckage. Claire clung to Grandma, sobbing softly. Reed stared in disbelief. And me. I watched the last stone fall, breathing hard. "It's over." But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't. Because Margot wasn't dead. Not yet. Reed slowly stood up, brushing dirt off his jacket. "She's gone. Buried under all that." But I shook my head. "Oh. Margot doesn't die that easily." Claire's voice was barely a whisper. "Linda, the whole house, it's gone." I stared at the wreckage, heart pounding. She planned this. Every step of it. And if we survived? Reed's eyes narrowed. So did she. Then, from the wreckage, a faint sound. A ringing phone. Impossible. Reed and I exchanged a look. Slowly, cautiously, we approached the edge of the debris. Half buried in the dirt was a burner phone. Its screen cracked but still lit up. "Incoming call. No caller ID." I hesitated. Then I answered. "Hello." Silence. Then Margot's cold voice. "You escaped, Linda." Impressive. My grip tightened on the phone. "Where are you?" Soft chuckle. "Closer than you think. But this isn't over. It ends when I say it does." "No, Linda. It ends when you make the right choice. You'll know soon enough." The line went dead. I slowly lowered the phone, my mind racing. Margot was still alive. Still in control. And this was far from over. Reed's voice cut through my thoughts. "What did she say?" I met his eyes. "She's still out there. And she's not finished." Claire shivered, holding Grandma tightly. "What do we do now?" I stared at the ruins of the mansion. At the darkness still clinging to the edges of the forest. "Now we hunt her." They say once you expose a lie, the truth sets you free. But freedom doesn't come without a price. And as the walls crumbled behind us, I knew the price of uncovering the truth was far steeper than I ever imagined. Margot was in chains. But her reach, her darkness, was still out there. We stood outside the collapsed syndicate facility, gasping for air, our bodies bruised and battered. The cold night air bit into my skin, but it felt like the first real breath I had taken in days. Behind us, the ground was still smoking, the last remnants of Margot's empire now buried in rubble. But even as the ground settled, my mind couldn't. I glanced at Detective Reed, his face set in stone, eyes scanning the perimeter for any remaining threats. Claire clung to Grandma Evelyn, both shaking but alive. And Margot. She was on her knees, hands cuffed behind her back, her once pristine appearance now marred by dirt and blood. Yet even now she smirked, unbroken, unbothered. Reed leaned close to me, his voice low. "We got her. But it doesn't feel like we won." I didn't respond right away. 'Cause he was right. Margot wasn't the type to lose. Not without a contingency. And that smile on her face told me everything I needed to know. She's planning something. Margot chuckled softly, barely audible. "Oh, Linda. You think I'm the monster?" Her head tilted slowly, eyes locking onto mine. "I was just cleaning up your family's mess." Her words sliced deeper than any weapon. But I didn't flinch. "Not anymore. Your game is over." She leaned in, her voice barely a whisper. "No, dear. It's only just begun." Before I could respond, Reed's phone buzzed. He frowned, answering quickly. His face paled. "That's impossible." I turned sharply. What is it? Reed swallowed hard. The facility. It was a decoy. My heart dropped. What do you mean a decoy? He pulled up the satellite images on his phone. There's another site. Larger. Active. Claire's voice cracked. But we destroyed everything. We saw it collapse. Reed shook his head grimly. We destroyed a piece. The real network is still running. Margot's smirk deepened. You're chasing ghosts. And ghosts can't be killed. I stared at Margot, fury boiling in my veins. But something deeper twisted in my gut. Fear. Not for me. But for the people still caught in this web. I knelt down in front of her, our faces inches apart. Tell me where the main facility is. Her eyes glimmered with malice. Or what? You'll kill me. Please. I didn't blink. Oh. I'll let them. I gestured to the smoldering rubble behind us. Do you think your bosses care about you? You're a loose end now. And they'll tie it off. Her smirk faltered just for a second. But it was enough. Margot leaned back, weighing her options. Then she chuckled. Fine. You want answers. You'll get them. She slowly lifted her chin. But you won't like what you find. Reed pulled me aside. We can't trust her. I nodded slowly. We don't have a choice. Margot's voice cut through the cold air. The real facility isn't far. But you'll need me to get in. Claire stepped forward. We're not taking her with us. Margot smiled. Then you'll die before you even get close. I met Reed's eyes. We bring her. But the second she tries anything. Reed cocked his gun. She won't get the chance. The drive to the second facility was silent. Margot sat between Reed and me, cuffed and cold. But the look on her face wasn't defeat. It was anticipation. Like she was watching a game unfold exactly as planned. Claire and Grandma sat in the back, quiet, exhausted but alive. Every mile felt heavier than the last. Because I knew this wasn't just about stopping Margot anymore. It was about ending a legacy of darkness. One that started long before me. And if I didn't finish it now, it would consume everything I loved. As we neared the facility, the forest thickened. Hidden beneath the trees, camouflaged, was a sprawling compound. Larger. More fortified. This was the real heart of the operation. Reed killed the engine, and we sat in silence, staring at the monstrosity before us. Margot leaned forward, her voice soft. Welcome to the beginning of the end. I loaded my weapon slowly, every click echoing in the still air. Reed checked his gear. Claire gripped Grandma tightly, fear in her eyes. But I saw something else too. Resolve. We finish this tonight, I said, my voice steady. Margot laughed softly. Oh, Linda. You have no idea what you're walking into. I didn't look at her. Neither do they. Because this wasn't just a rescue. This wasn't just revenge. This was war. And I was ready to burn it all down. They say the darkest hour is just before dawn. But standing on the edge of this nightmare, I knew that wasn't true. The darkest hour is when you realize there's no one left to trust. Not your family. Not your allies. Not even yourself. And as the cold wind bit into my skin, I knew we were about to step into something far worse than anything Margot could have planned. The SUV crept to a silent stop on the outskirts of the thick, dark forest. The sky above was a deep, oppressive black, with no stars to guide us, only the faint glow of distant floodlights piercing through the trees. Through the dense foliage, the sprawling Black Serpent Syndicate facility loomed. It wasn't just a compound. It was a fortress. High steel walls topped with barbed wire surrounded the complex. Towers with searchlights scanned the grounds in rhythmic sweeps. Armed guards moved in precise patrols, their rifles glinting in the cold moonlight. But it wasn't the guards that made my blood run cold. It was the silence. The kind of silence that meant they weren't worried. They knew no one would dare come this far. But we were here. And we weren't turning back. Inside the SUV, the tension was suffocating. Detective Reed leaned over the steering wheel, scanning the compound. They've thought of everything. Multiple guards, floodlights, surveillance cameras. No obvious way in. Claire sat beside me, hugging herself tightly, her wide eyes reflecting the distant lights. Grandma Evelyn remained silent in the back seat, pale and distant, as if the weight of the past was crushing her. Then there was Margot, cuffed in the corner, a sly smirk tugging at her lips. "You're quiet, Linda. Planning to run again," she purred. I didn't turn to her. "Whoa. Not this time." Reed's voice cut in. "We need a way in. Fast." Margot leaned forward slightly, her voice like ice. "There's a drainage tunnel. South wall. Hidden behind the maintenance shed. But it's locked from the inside." Reed glared at her. "Convenient you remember that now." Margot smiled thinly. "You need me alive. Don't forget that." We moved on foot, cutting through the trees, the cold biting through our clothes. Every step felt heavier as the facility loomed closer. Linda led the group, weapon drawn, eyes sharp. Reed moved beside her, rifle steady, scanning for movement. Claire stayed close to Grandma, both moving carefully through the brush. Margot followed, her hands bound but her posture calm, like she still controlled the game. The towering south wall came into view. Just beyond it, the small maintenance shed stood in shadow. Reed knelt, scanning the area. 2 guards by the tower. Another by the shed. I exhaled slowly. "I'll handle the shed." "Reed, take the tower guards." Quietly. He nodded, already moving into the shadows. I turned to Claire. "Stay here. No matter what." She nodded, gripping Grandma tightly. The guard by the shed was smoking, his rifle slung lazily over his shoulder. He never saw me coming. I moved like a shadow, swift and silent. One hand over his mouth, the other driving my knife into his side. His body slumped soundlessly to the ground. I crouched by the shed door. But Margot was right. The grate to the drainage tunnel was hidden behind it. Reed's soft whistle signaled his success. The tower guards were down. I motioned for the others to move in. Claire and Grandma crept forward, fear etched on their faces. Margot smirked. "Impressive. Maybe you do have some of your father in you." I ignored her, prying open the rusty grate. A cold, damp tunnel yawned open before us. This is it. The tunnel was narrow and suffocating, the air thick with moisture and the stench of decay. Water dripped steadily, echoing off the stone walls. Our footsteps splashed softly, the only sound besides our ragged breaths. Margot led the way, her movements careful but unhurried. Reed stayed close behind, weapon ready. I brought up the rear, my grip tight on my gun. Claire moved cautiously, supporting Grandma. "How far does this go?" Reed whispered. Margot's voice was barely audible. "It'll lead us beneath the eastern wing. Security is lighter there. But from there on, you're on your own." "Good. We'll take it from here," I muttered. The tunnel ended at a rusted metal ladder leading up to a hatch. Margot looked up. "This opens into the storage wing. Minimal guards, but they'll be armed." Reed climbed first, slowly easing the hatch open. He peered out. "Me. Lear. Let's move." One by one we climbed into the facility. The air inside was colder, sterile. Rows of crates and metal shelves stretched into the shadows. But it wasn't abandoned. Footsteps echoed in the distance. Voices. We weren't alone. Margot turned, her eyes gleaming. "Welcome to the real game, Linda." I leveled my gun at her. "You're just a piece now. Remember that." I smirked. "Am I?" Reed moved ahead, signaling us forward. Every step into this labyrinth felt heavier. Because this wasn't just a facility. It was a trap. And we had just walked into the lion's den. They say silence can be deafening. But in the heart of the beast, silence is a warning. A warning that something is watching. Something waiting. And every step deeper into this nightmare felt like walking into the jaws of a creature far bigger than I could comprehend. The air inside the Black Serpent Syndicate's facility was cold and sterile, laced with a faint hum of distant machinery. Rows of steel crates stretched endlessly into the shadows, stacked high like silent sentinels. Dim overhead lights flickered sporadically, casting long, distorted shadows along the concrete walls. We moved carefully between the crates, each step echoing softly. Detective Reed led the way, his rifle raised, eyes scanning every corner. Claire stayed close behind me, supporting Grandma Evelyn, who moved slower, her breathing shallow. Margot, her hands still bound, walked with unsettling ease, her eyes glinting in the dim light. It was too quiet, too empty, and that terrified me more than gunfire. Reed froze, raising his hand. We stopped instantly. He tilted his head, listening. Voices, distant but growing louder. Two men, armed, patrolling between the crates. Their footsteps were slow, methodical. I crouched behind a crate, motioning for Claire and Grandma to stay hidden. Reed leaned in close. "We take them quietly. No gunfire." He nodded. Reed slipped into the shadows, disappearing behind the steel walls. I mirrored his movement, circling around the opposite side. One guard passed by, his rifle slung lazily. In one swift motion, I lunged forward, wrapping my arm around his neck, squeezing until he crumpled to the ground. Reed dispatched the second with practiced ease. The silence returned. One of the guards had a small security tablet clipped to his belt. Reed powered it on. A digital map of the facility flickered to life. It was massive, much larger than we expected. Multiple wings, underground levels, and dozens of secured rooms. But one section stood out, a restricted access wing deep within the compound. Labeled simply, Project Ascent. Claire leaned over my shoulder. "What's Project Ascent?" Margot chuckled darkly. "Wouldn't you like to know?" I glared at her. "We're about to find out." Reed tapped the screen. "There's a control room here. North Wing. If we get in, we can unlock doors and shut down security. Then that's our next stop." Navigating the maze of corridors was suffocating. Every hallway looked the same. Cold steel walls, flickering lights, and the constant hum of unseen machines. Margot moved ahead of us, her steps slow and deliberate. Too comfortable. I tightened my grip on my gun. "Move faster." She smirked but obeyed. Claire's voice was a whisper. "Linda, why is this so easy?" Her words mirrored my thoughts. It was too quiet, too still. That's when I noticed it. The cameras. They weren't moving. Frozen, locked in place. Watching nothing. Or pretending to. "They know we're here," I whispered. Reed's jaw tightened. "They're leading us somewhere." Margot's smirk widened. "Took you long enough to figure it out." The control room door loomed ahead. Heavy steel. No guards. Just waiting. Reed approached cautiously, scanning for traps. "It's clear." But I hesitated. Margot's silence was unsettling. "Come." Reed bypassed the lock with the stolen security tablet. The door creaked open, revealing a room lined with monitors and control panels. But every screen was blank. Except one. A single screen flickered to life. Margot's face stared back at us. No, not Margot. Video feed. Her, standing in a different room, speaking directly to the camera. "Welcome, Linda. You're right where I wanted you." The door slammed shut behind us. Locks clicked. Reed lunged for the controls, but they sparked violently. "Locked out." Margot's voice echoed from the speakers. This facility wasn't built for defense. It was built to erase mistakes. The walls began to hum. Gas hissed softly from hidden vents. Claire coughed, backing away. Reed grabbed his gun. "It's gas. Find a way out." I slammed my fists against the door. No response. Margot's voice was a whisper now. "Goodbye, Linda." Panic set in. The gas was filling the room fast. I scanned the walls, looking for anything. An escape, a weakness. Reed smashed the butt of his rifle against a panel. Sparked wires spilling out. I didn't think. I grabbed the exposed wires and jammed them together. A sharp crack, then the lights flickered. The locks disengaged. "Move." We stumbled into the hallway. gas trailing behind us. But the facility wasn't silent anymore. Alarms blared. Red lights bathed the corridors. And through the chaos, guards flooded in. Margot's trap had sprung. And now the real fight began. Reed fired the first shot. Chaos erupted. Bullets ricocheted off the steel walls. I pulled Claire and Grandma into cover behind a crate. Reed fought fiercely, but the guards kept coming. Margot's voice echoed above the alarms. "You should have stayed in the dark, Linda." But I wasn't hiding anymore. I turned to Reed. "We're not running. We end this. Now." They say desperation makes people dangerous. But Margot wasn't desperate. She was prepared. Every step we took was one she had already calculated. And now, with alarms screaming and enemies closing in, I realized this wasn't survival anymore. This was war. And I was done playing by her rules. The facility erupted into chaos. Flashing red lights painted the steel walls like a warning. The blaring alarm echoed in the narrow corridors, drowning out everything else. But it was the rapid gunfire that made my blood run cold. Bullets tore through the air, ricocheting off metal walls, sending sparks flying. Detective Reed fired back, each shot precise, calculated. I pulled Claire and Grandma Evelyn behind a stack of steel crates. The air was thick with smoke and the acrid scent of gunpowder. I peeked out, scanning for the guards. 3 of them, tactical gear, weapons raised, moving in sync. They weren't amateurs. They were trained killers. Margot's soldiers. "We can't stay pinned here," I hissed. Reed gritted his teeth. "Then we move. Fast." Bang. Reed dropped one of the guards with a clean shot to the chest. But 2 more flanked us, closing in. I took a deep breath and bolted from cover, firing twice. 1 bullet grazed a guard's shoulder. The other struck his leg, dropping him. The last one raised his rifle. But Reed was faster. Bang. Silence except for the alarm still blaring. My chest heaved. "We need to keep moving," I said, voice tight. Reed nodded, wiping sweat from his brow. "Stairs are this way. If we can reach the upper level, we might find a way to cut the power." Margot's voice crackled over the facility intercom. "Running again, Linda. You're just like your father." Her words stabbed deep, but I didn't let them show. "Not this time. Let's move." The metal staircase groaned under our weight as we ascended. Each step felt heavier, the air thicker. At the top, the corridor stretched long and dark, flickering lights casting eerie shadows. Doors lined the walls, sealed, locked, hiding God knows what. Claire clung to Grandma, her breath shaky. "Linda, where are we?" I glanced at the plaques on the doors. "Test Wing A. Specimen Containment." My stomach turned. Somewhere we're not supposed to be. Reed checked his weapon. "Whatever's behind these doors, we don't have time to find out." Margot's voice slithered through the speakers again. "Oh, but you should look, Linda. This is your legacy, after all." 1 door creaked open ahead. By itself. No sound but the hiss of air. I raised my gun cautiously and stepped forward. The room beyond was cold, sterile, illuminated by harsh white lights. Glass chambers lined the walls. And inside, people. No remnants of people. Some barely alive, connected to machines, tubes running into their veins. Others weren't alive at all. Claire gasped, covering her mouth. "Oh my God!" Reed's face darkened. "Experiments. They're experimenting on them." Margot's voice was softer now. "Your family built this, Linda. Years of perfecting the art of control. Obedience. Your father continued my work. And you could finish it." I shook with rage. "You're insane." "Am I? Or am I just honest about what this family is capable of?" I turned to Reed. "We can't leave this place standing." He nodded grimly. "We blow it to hell." Reed handed me a small pack of C4 explosives from his tactical gear. "Place these on the main support beams. We'll bring the whole wing down." I moved swiftly, planting the charges along the walls, near the chambers. Every beep of the arming device echoed louder than the alarms. Margot's voice was amused now. So predictable. Destroy what you can't understand. Just like your father. I glared at the nearest speaker. Whoa. I'm destroying what he should have. With the charges set, we made our way to the control room. This was it. The nerve center of the entire facility. Heavy steel doors guarded the entrance. Reed used the stolen keycard. The lock clicked. We burst inside. Monitors covered every wall, each screen showing different parts of the facility. Prisoners. Guards. And then one screen showed Margot, standing in a room surrounded by servers, hands folded behind her back, smiling. Come find me, Linda. I stared at the monitor. Her location blinked on the screen. Server room B3. Let's finish this. The halls leading to B3 were tighter, darker. The walls dripped with condensation, wires snaking along the ceiling. The air buzzed with energy. Margot was close, but so were her guards. Reed signaled for us to stop. Voices ahead. Armed guards patrolling. I took a deep breath, adrenaline surging. No more hiding. Reed smirked. About time. We moved like shadows, silent but deadly. Reed took the left. Took the right. The first guard fell silently, a knife to the throat. The second never saw Reed's bullet coming. We pressed forward. Closer. Finally we reached the steel door marked B3. I raised my gun. Margot's behind this door. Reed loaded a fresh clip. Claire squeezed my arm, fear and strength in her eyes. Be careful. He nodded. Then with one swift motion, Reed kicked the door open. Inside, Margot turned slowly, calm and composed. Servers hummed around her. But it wasn't the servers that caught my eye. It was the detonator in her hand. Welcome, Linda. You're right on time. Her finger hovered over the button. And I realized. We had seconds to stop her. They say when you corner a beast, it fights the hardest. But Margot wasn't cornered. Not yet. She had been in control from the start, pulling every string, twisting every truth. And now, with a single push of a button, she could erase everything. The lies. The secrets. But I wasn't going to let that happen. Not this time. The cold hum of servers filled the air, blinking lights casting eerie glows across the metallic walls. Margot stood in the center of the room, her silver hair glinting under the harsh fluorescent lights. Her expression was calm, almost serene. But her hand hovered dangerously over a detonator. One push. And it was over. Detective Reed raised his rifle. His stance unwavering. Put it down, Margot. Margot tilted her head, the corners of her mouth curling into a faint smirk. You think it's that simple, detective? One bullet, and this entire facility goes up in flames. You, Linda, everyone you dragged into this. I stepped forward, my gun steady in my hand. This ends now. Margot's eyes flickered with interest. Oh, it does. But who will decide how it ends? Margot slowly circled the room, dragging her fingers along the cold metal of the servers. Do you even know what this place is, Linda? She purred. Her voice echoed through the server room. This isn't just some criminal network. This is your family's legacy. I tightened my grip on my gun. Whoa. This is your creation. Your sickness. Margot laughed softly. Oh, child. Your father built this long before I took control. I merely perfected it. Her smirk deepened. Every experiment, every secret, was funded by your family's wealth. Your grandmother knew. So did your father. And now so do you. I faltered for a moment. Whoa. That can't be true. But the doubt crept in. Margot's voice softened. You could walk away from this. Inherit it. Control it. Or destroy it and bury your family's legacy forever. Reed stepped closer, gun raised. She's playing with you, Linda. Don't listen to her. Margot's eyes narrowed. Of course he'd say that. He doesn't carry this burden. You do. I glanced at Claire, who clung to Grandma Evelyn in the doorway. Fear in her eyes. But also trust. Trust in me. I turned back to Margot. You think I care about legacy? This place dies tonight. Margot's smile faded. But then, she slowly raised the detonator higher. And so do you. Without hesitation, Margot pressed the detonator. But instead of an explosion, the room remained still. Her smile faltered. What? Reed smirked, lifting a small remote from his pocket. Disabled your trigger the moment we stepped in. You're not the only one who plans ahead. Margot's face twisted in fury. You think you've won. She lunged for a concealed pistol beneath the server console. Bang! The shot echoed. Margot's gun skidded across the floor. Smoke trailed from my revolver. Her hand clutched her bleeding shoulder, eyes blazing with hatred. This isn't over. I stepped closer, gun still raised. Yes, it is. Reed moved swiftly to the central console, typing rapidly. I can overload the power grid. This place will tear itself apart. Margot laughed bitterly through the pain. Destroying it won't change what's already in motion. I didn't respond. 'Cause she was wrong. This was the only way to stop it. Reed looked at me. It's set. We have 10 minutes before this place goes up. He nodded. Let's go. We ran through the twisting corridors, alarms still screaming. The walls groaned, lights flickering as the overload began. Margot stumbled between Reed and me. Her shoulder bleeding but her spirit unbroken. You'll regret this, Linda. The syndicate won't stop. I ignored her. Claire and Grandma Evelyn waited near the exit. We're out of time, Claire cried. We burst into the cold night air, the forest looming around us. And behind us, the ground rumbled. Flames erupted from the facility, smoke billowing into the sky. The fortress was gone, reduced to ash. For a moment there was silence. The fire crackled behind us. Margot lay on the ground, defeated but still breathing. Reed stood guard over her, gun steady. Claire and Grandma Evelyn clung to each other. And me. I stared into the flames. It's over. But deep down I knew it wasn't. Margot chuckled weakly. You burned one house. The empire still stands. I turned to her, eyes cold. Then I'll burn it all. They say when you destroy something evil you should feel relief. But standing there, watching the facility burn, all I felt was emptiness. Because I knew this wasn't the end. It was just the beginning. And Margot's words echoed in my mind, wrapping around me like a noose. You burned one house. The empire still stands. The cold night air bit into my skin, but the searing heat from the burning facility cut through it. Flames roared into the sky, casting eerie shadows across the forest. The ground trembled as explosions echoed from deep within the collapsing compound. I stood motionless, staring into the inferno. Beside me, Detective Reed adjusted his grip on his rifle, his eyes never leaving the crumbling structure. Claire held Grandma Evelyn close, shielding her from the debris-laden wind. And on the ground, bloodied and defeated, lay Margot. Her face twisted in pain, but her eyes, they still burned with a terrifying calm, like she knew something we didn't. Reed finally broke the silence. It's done. The facility's gone. I wanted to believe him. But Margot's faint chuckle cut through the air. Is it, though? Her voice was hoarse, laced with pain, yet disturbingly steady. You think burning this place erased everything? Oh, Linda, this was just one chapter. The book is far from closed. I glared down at her. You lost. Margot smirked, blood trailing from the corner of her mouth. Did I? Or did I just turn the page for you? Her words slithered under my skin, making me question everything. Distant sirens pierced the night. Flashing blue and red lights flickered through the trees. The authorities had arrived. Several black SUVs and armored vehicles sped toward us, their tires crunching against the dirt road. A helicopter roared overhead, its spotlight sweeping across the smoldering ruins. Reed lowered his weapon, letting out a slow breath. Backups here. Uniformed officers poured out, weapons drawn, scanning the area. A man in a dark suit approached, his badge flashing briefly. Detective Reed. I'm Agent Carter, Homeland Security. Reed nodded stiffly. You're late. Carter's gaze shifted to Margot. But not too late, it seems. Two agents moved in, handcuffing Margot more securely. She didn't resist, didn't flinch, just smiled. You have no idea what you're holding, Agent. Carter frowned. I'll take my chances. Margot leaned in slightly, her voice a whisper. This isn't the end. It's an invitation. The agents pulled her to her feet and dragged her toward one of the SUVs. I watched her go, unease settling deep in my stomach. Reed placed a hand on my shoulder. It's over, Linda. But even as he said it, we both knew it wasn't. Hours later, we sat in a temporary command post set up near the site. Claire was wrapped in a blanket, quietly comforting Grandma. Reed and I sat across from Agent Carter, exhaustion weighing on us. Tell me everything, Carter demanded. Reed spoke first, recounting the syndicate, the facility, Margot's plans. But Carter's expression darkened with every word. If what you're saying is true, this goes beyond anything we've been tracking. This wasn't just a criminal operation. This was organized, funded, global. I leaned forward. And it's still out there. Carter met my gaze. We'll handle it from here. I shook my head slowly. Oh, you won't. You don't know what you're dealing with. Carter's jaw tightened. We'll take it from here, Ms. Hartman. You've done enough. I clenched my fists. Enough. We're in this because of my family. This isn't over for me. Reed placed a steadying hand on my arm. Linda. But I pulled away. Margot's words wouldn't stop replaying in my mind. The Empire still stands. I couldn't walk away. Not now. Not ever. Later that night, back at the safe house, I couldn't sleep. The flames of the facility still danced in my mind. I stared at the files Reed had recovered. Documents, photos, maps. But something didn't make sense. One file was marked with my father's name. I hesitated, then opened it. Inside were photos, blueprints, of another facility, larger, more advanced, and scrawled across the bottom in my father's handwriting. Phase 2 in progress. My blood ran cold. No. I sank into the chair, heart pounding. Margot hadn't been bluffing. This wasn't over. It was far worse than I imagined. The next morning I stood on the porch, watching the sun rise over the horizon. But there was no comfort in the light. Only the weight of what was to come. Claire stepped beside me, her eyes heavy with worry. What now? I tightened my grip on the file in my hands. Now we finish what we started. Because the syndicate wasn't gone. And neither was my family's dark legacy. But this time I wasn't going to run. I was going to end it. No matter what it took. They say once you open Pandora's box, you can't close it again. I had burned one facility to the ground. But the fire I started was far from over. Because the ashes didn't bury the past. They uncovered something worse. Phase 2. And it was already in motion. The sun barely peeked over the horizon, casting a dull orange glow over the battered safe house. But the warmth of the sunrise couldn't thaw the cold pit in my stomach. I stood by the window, gripping the file Reed and I found in the wreckage. Claire quietly entered the room, wrapping herself in a blanket. Her eyes were still heavy with exhaustion and fear. You didn't sleep. I didn't look at her. Could you? She didn't answer. Instead, she sat down beside me, eyes falling on the open file. Blueprints, maps, and scattered notes. And at the bottom of the page in my father's handwriting. Phase 2 in progress. Claire's voice wavered. What does it mean? I tightened my grip on the paper. It means Margot wasn't lying. We only scratched the surface. Detective Reed barged into the room, clutching his phone, his face pale. Linda, you need to see this. He turned the screen toward me. A breaking news report. Images of chaos flashed across the screen. Violent protests. Disappearances. Reports of mass data leaks exposing high-profile officials. But one image stopped me cold. symbol. The same serpent insignia from Margot's facility. Etched into the walls of a government building. It's spreading. Reed's jaw was tight. This wasn't just a hidden facility. This is global. I stared at the screen, heart pounding. Phase 2. A knock at the door snapped us to attention. Reed instinctively reached for his gun. I slowly approached, peeking through the curtain. A black SUV sat idling in the driveway. Two figures stepped out, both in dark suits. Government. Or something worse. Reed nodded silently, signaling me to stay back as he opened the door. One of them raised a badge. Agent Whitman. Homeland Security. We need to talk. Reluctantly, we let them in. Agent Whitman and his partner, Agent Lowe, surveyed the room carefully. Whitman's expression was cold and calculated. Margot's been transferred to a black site. She won't be talking. I crossed my arms. Figures. She doesn't need to. Her work's already done. Whitman exchanged a glance with Lowe. That's why we're here. You started something we can't finish without you. Reed scoffed. Since when does Homeland need civilians? Whitman's gaze didn't waver. Since this stopped being a national issue and became a global one. He slid a file onto the table. Inside were photos, facilities, people, all connected by the serpent insignia. This isn't just the syndicate. It's a network. Political, corporate, military. It's everywhere. I stared at the photos, rage bubbling beneath my skin. And you want me to help clean up the mess my family helped create? Whitman didn't blink. You're the only one who knows how deep this goes. Whitman leaned in, voice low. We have a lead. Site in Eastern Europe. Active and growing. But it's off-grid. We can't breach it without inside knowledge. He slid a grainy satellite image across the table. A sprawling underground complex carved into the side of a mountain. Claire's breath caught. How many of these places are there? Whitman's silence was answer enough. Reed rubbed his temples. It's a suicide mission. Whitman smirked. Which is why we're not asking. We're telling. I slammed my hand on the table. I'm not your pawn. You can't order me around. Whitman's eyes hardened. You want this to end. Then you'll help us. Or watch the world burn. I stared at the image. The serpent symbol glared back at me. Fine. My voice was steady. But I'm not doing this for you. Whitman leaned back. I don't care why. Just get it done. The room buzzed with tense energy. Reed and I packed weapons, gear, and intel. Claire watched us nervously. Linda. Are you sure about this? Paused, looking at her. Oh. But we don't have a choice. Grandma Evelyn sat quietly in the corner. Her face unreadable. But I knew she understood. This wasn't just about stopping Margot anymore. It was about destroying the empire my family helped build. The black SUV waited outside, its engine humming. Whitman and Lowe stood by, checking their weapons. Reed closed the trunk, his face grim. This is it. I took a deep breath, staring at the horizon. Once we cross this line, there's no going back. Reed nodded. Was there ever? I climbed into the vehicle, the weight of what was to come settling on my shoulders. As the SUV sped down the dirt road, the safe house disappeared behind us. Ahead of us, only darkness. But this time I wasn't afraid. Because this was my war now. And I was going to end it. They say once you stare into the abyss stares back. But I wasn't staring anymore. I was walking in, fully aware that it might swallow me whole. And if it did, I'd make sure it choked on me. Because this wasn't just survival anymore. This was war. The black SUV cut through the desolate landscape, tires kicking up dust against the barren road. Dark mountains loomed ahead, sharp and unforgiving. This was where the next piece of Margot's empire lay hidden, buried deep beneath stone and secrecy. Inside the vehicle, silence was deafening. Detective Reed sat beside me, staring ahead, jaw tight. Agent Whitman sat across from us, flipping through files with calculated ease. His partner, Agent Lowe, checked the rounds in his pistol, the cold click of metal echoing in the small space. Claire sat quietly, eyes distant, staring at the horizon. But I could see the fear lingering behind her silence. I couldn't blame her. Felt it too. The SUV came to a slow stop at the edge of a dense forest. Beyond the trees, the mountain loomed like a sleeping beast. Whitman turned toward us. This is as far as we go. Satellite scans show heavy surveillance and motion sensors embedded in the woods. We proceed on foot. Reed checked his gear, loading his rifle. What are we walking into? Whitman's jaw tightened. We suspect this facility is deeper and more secure than the last. Heavily armed with underground levels. And we know Margot isn't the only one running things anymore. Lowe chimed in, voice low. Her successor has taken over. And he's even more dangerous. I didn't flinch. Good. Let him know we're coming. We moved through the forest in tight formation, every step calculated, every sound amplified. The air was colder here, heavier. The trees grew closer together, branches clawing at the sky. But it wasn't the forest that unsettled me. It was the feeling of being watched. Claire's soft voice broke the silence. Linda. Do you feel that? I nodded slowly. We're not alone. Suddenly, Reed raised a fist, signaling us to stop. He crouched, brushing aside the leaves to reveal a thin, almost invisible wire stretched between two trees. Tripwire. Motion sensors. Whitman swore under his breath. They're expecting company. No, I murmured, scanning the shadows. They're expecting us. After carefully navigating through traps and sensors, we reached a sheer rock wall. Nothing but stone. But Reed noticed something odd. The faint outline of a metal door, expertly camouflaged against the rock. Whitman stepped forward, placing a hand on the cold surface. Biometric lock. We can't breach this without setting off alarms. I stared at the lock. And then, without hesitation, I pressed my palm against it. Soft beep. And click. The door slid open. Reed's eyes widened. How? I swallowed hard. My father built this. The door led to a narrow stairwell spiraling downward into darkness. The walls were cold, metallic, and the air was stale. The silence was unnerving. Each step echoed ominously. At the bottom, the corridor split into two paths. A soft hum of machinery came from the left. Faint voices drifted from the right. Whitman looked to me. Left leads to the power grid. Right is personnel quarters. We can't split up. I shook my head. We're not here to sneak. We're here to end this. Reed smirked. Straight through the front, then. We pushed forward, moving deeper into the facility. Rows of steel doors lined the hallways, each one locked tight. Through small glass panels, we could see glimpses of what was inside. People. Experiments. Some awake, some not. Claire clung to my arm. They're still doing it. The experiments. Whitman's face darkened. We don't have time to save them all. We find the control center and we shut it all down. But then the speakers crackled to life. A cold, unfamiliar voice filled the corridor. I was wondering when you'd arrive. It wasn't Margot. It was deeper, colder. Linda. I've been waiting to meet you. We turned a corner into a large control room. Screens covered every inch of the walls, displaying live feeds of every inch of the facility. And standing in front of the screens was a man. Tall, composed, in a sharp black suit. His face was eerily calm. Victor Hale. Margot's successor. So, you're the one trying to burn down my house. I raised my gun. It ends now. He smiled faintly. No, Linda. It begins now. He pressed a button. And the walls began to shift. Panels slid open, revealing rows of soldiers in black tactical gear, weapons raised. Victor tilted his head. You didn't think Margot was working alone, did you? The room exploded into action. Reed fired first, dropping one soldier. Whitman and Lowe took cover, returning fire. I grabbed Claire, pulling her behind a console. But the soldiers kept coming. Victor watched calmly, untouched by the chaos. "You're outnumbered. Gun. Surrender, and I might let you live." I glared at him. "You've mistaken me for someone who gives up." I spotted a control panel behind him. If I could reach it, maybe I could shut down the facility systems. I locked eyes with Reed. He nodded subtly. "Cover me." I bolted forward, gunfire roaring around me. Victor turned sharply. "Stop her." But it was too late. I dove for the panel, slamming the override button. Sparks erupted as the system overloaded. Doors slammed shut. Lights flickered. Alarms blared. The soldiers faltered. Victor's face twisted in fury. "You have no idea what you've done." I stood slowly, gun trained on him. "No, but you're about to find out." The facility groaned as explosions echoed in the distance. We had started a chain reaction. And it wasn't stopping.